Click. Those were filled out. I put them back on your desk. Thank you.
4 inch Dodgers. He wasn't even on the roster. He played a little bit of minor league ball. They called him up during the season, and they sent him down.
All right, ready?
After the.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular Board of Trustees meeting for October 28th, 2025. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Karsbeck.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Here.
Trustee Hardy. Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Wing.
Here.
Trustee Ayers.
Here.
And Trustee Brody will be absent this evening.
Thank you, Clerk. Next on our agenda is citizen participation. This is a chance for the audience here tonight to speak to anything that is not on tonight's agenda. If you have several folks signed up, I believe. Yes, if you could please come to the front, state your name and address, and if you could please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. We'll start off with Jeff Heineman.
Okay, I have a couple of handouts
Sure.
for you guys, and I'd like to request they get put in the record of tonight's meeting.
Want me to help you hand those out?
Hang on, I was gonna hand them to, well, Christian told me to hand them to you, pass them down. So, one.
Okay.
Two.
Whenever you're ready.
Hi, Jeff Heineman, 1020 North 4th Street. I'm here to address the October 1st Parks, Open Space, Recreation Trails Advisory Board meeting. The handouts I just gave to the town clerk that I want included on the record are a brief summary. I couldn't listen to the whole hour-and-a-half discussion that I'm here to talk about. But anyways, brief summary, some highlights from me with the Freedom of Information Act, or Colorado Open Meetings Act link, and then email from Anna Murphy to the Port Committee, and also a letter from Mayor Pro Tem Murphy to the town administrator. So the last meeting, you had a study session. The last meeting I attended was to talk about the Parks Master Plan. You directed staff to get information, bring back to you. No mention of any referral to Port. The last Port meeting, there was only one agenda item. One of the board members, Anna Murphy, sent an email to the board, which you have, and in it she says, sorry, this is only an hour before the meeting, but I hope we get to discuss it tonight. It was not on the agenda. It was an hour-and-a-half discussion. At the same time, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy sent an email, or sent a letter to Administrator Kirk, and his fourth bullet point says all presentations, agenda items shall be shared with board and committee members, posted on the website minimum 4 days before a meeting, etc. Anyway, you can't talk for an hour and a half about an item that's not on the agenda. Had people, the public, concerned citizens known about that, they probably would have shown up. Anyway, so it's based on my listening to the meeting, it seems like we have a Port Committee that believes the town board and the staff somehow report to them, even though they're advisory. It seems like we have at least one member of the board that thinks they're able to direct staff on their own and not as one of 7 people. So that's just not good government. That's not the way it works. And the other thing Anna Murphy said was she wanted to orient 3 new Port Committee members, and I will just offer my services. I served for 16 years on the Board of Trustees, 4 years on Port, 4 years on the Planning Commission, and I don't believe I ever violated the open meetings law. So anyone that wants to contact me for background or history or proper procedures, my number is pretty easy to find. Thanks.
Thank you. Next we have Bridget Guccione. I want to get it right. Could you please state it again?
Guccione.
Guccione, thank
It's
you.
easier to spell when you pronounce everything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Bridget Guccione, 810 Berthoud Peak Drive.
Oh, and trustees, she also, these colored are from her, colored folders.
Sorry, I didn't have matching envelopes. So you each got something unique.
You know, did you not get one?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Okay. I respectfully ask the trustees to reconsider their vote from October 14th, 2025, which approved the Revere Development Neighborhood Master Plan and rezoning of the parcel at the northwest corner of US 287 and County Road 8. Babcock Land Corporation and their partners misrepresented the jurisdictional responsibilities of CDOT as it relates to this proposed development. During the October 14th hearing, representatives of TB Group, Rollins Consult, and Brownstein stated that the suburban commercial acreage of the parcel was restricted due to an established maximum capacity of the intersection of US 287 and County Road 8. Throughout the presentation, the reasoning given for holding the commercial component of the development to 14.2% was that CDOT would not give the required access permit for any land use composition of suburban residential commercial beyond this. It was stated, "We propose the maximum commercial that is permitted by CDOT. This is not something that is within control of the applicant and is also not controlled by the town. This is set by CDOT and cannot be exceeded." To be clear and accurate, the jurisdictional differences between CDOT, the town of Berthoud, and the developer are: 1. CDOT has no jurisdiction over land use. Their responsibility ends with the road and the CDOT right-of-way. 2. The land use is the municipality's or county's responsibility, in this case, the town of Berthoud. 3. In fact, and contrary to what was said at the hearing, CDOT does not tell a municipality or developer that a road cannot support a specific land use or build out. Based on the traffic volumes, CDOT holds the developer responsible for any necessary upgrades or improvements according to the State Highway Access Code and detailed in any access permit. 4. In this case, Berthoud dictates the land use. The developer creates a plan. If the developer designs a plan that requires more improvements or changes to the infrastructure, such as roads, that may be cost prohibitive, they can modify the design. However, CDOT does not tell the municipality or the developer that the intersection or road will not support a specific use. Here, the developer and their partners clearly misrepresented to the board the reasoning behind the percentage acreage designations for commercial and residential of this parcel. In light of the conspicuous misrepresentations and misleading statements during the previous hearing, I strongly urge the trustees to reconsider the vote on the Berthoud application, on the Revere application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephen Keith? Thank you.
This will be fast, I hope. It's my intent that way. Good evening. I'm Stephen Keep, 530 Talons Reach Run, Berthoud. I'd like to address an issue not on tonight's agenda. I've got great sympathy for the trustees' struggles to ensure the best interests of Berthoud citizens and, to a lesser extent, the surrounding community. For that reason, I'm concerned when the trustees are given demonstrably false and or misleading information regarding a project on which they must decide. I'm referring to the Revere Development Neighborhood Master Plan and rezoning that was brought to you October 14th. I've provided timestamps from the board video hosted on YouTube, as well as some relevant issues. These are direct quotes copied right directly from what was stated. You were presented claims that the developer had no options regarding the amount of commercial for the Revere parcel due to CDOT restrictions and impact on the surrounding traffic issues. These assertions are false, as demonstrated by CDOT's own responses, which is also contained in the documents I just gave you. The traffic study that claimed to show that it was necessary for the trustees to deviate from the final development plan and final plat in effect at the time the applicant acquired the lot was selectively oriented to achieve a given end, one not supported by CDOT. In fact, the only impetus to the mix of residential and commercial segments proposed by the residential developer was the avoidance of costs to the developer in having to upgrade the intersection of Mountain and Highway 287. I can't explain why the planning staff was unable to accurately represent the CDOT position regarding the development of the parcel, which is clearly outlined in your attachment directly from CDOT representatives, nor can I explain how the staff missed the entirety of the 2008 through 2010 Planning Commission and Board of Trustees decisions regarding the intended use of this parcel. I also find it challenging to explain how the town administrator, who stated he personally input the line that separated the residential from commercial sectors of this parcel in Berthoud's future land plan within the comprehensive plan, admitted he did not know the intent of the trustees at the time the plan was approved. Regardless, and alleging no fault to the town staff, the applicant clearly knew the existing conditions for this lot at the time of its acquisition, as well as the conditions under which CDOT would issue the required access permit. It did not properly represent that to you. I would respectfully request that the town trustees review the evidence and the data packages provided, including both applicant staff testimony as well as CDOT's stated positions, and then decide whether the best interests of Berthoud and the surrounding community warrant another look at the applicant's neighborhood master plan and rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mina Cox.
Mina Cox, 841 North County Road 19. First of all, this is really hard to do for everyone. What we're asking you to do is so counter both to human nature as well as to probably government policy, which is once you approve something to ever think about reconsidering this. So I really appreciate the time to be able to explain this. So first of all, I really wondered how a decision could be made to approve the Revere project when clearly it did not match the comp plan, which is one of the first criteria that has to happen. And you don't have to meet every single criteria. If one criteria is not met, the project should be declined. And so why did this happen? First of all, and why should you care? This area here is one of the potentials for our sales tax. And without this area, and all the planning that's been done, it's kind of almost just being thrown out. The statements of, so what, you guys have, what you can interpret that plan to be, whatever it wants to be. But that's contrary to all the money that's spent to bring these comp plans forward. So one of the things that Mr. Kipe mentioned is that the piece of information that I don't think was really clearly identified was that there was an FDP, a final development plan on this project. And what was brought forward by the staff was an ODP, a very early concept plan that was completely thrown out by the prior board. And the applicant had gone through the entire process, had done traffic studies, had done all the things, and went all the way through the process and had a final development plan for 20 lots of commercial on this property. Now, if a prior applicant can figure out how to put commercial and get through an entire process with another board and figure that out, why couldn't this applicant? Clearly, this is a residential applicant trying to portray that they are making their best efforts to do commercial development, but they are a residential developer. So So right now, CDOT also mentioned that they're in the process of doing a safety study in this intersection and that they are planning improvements for this intersection. What a better time for the town of Berthoud to be negotiating with CDOT to be able to get that area to be commercial and to make it to be the ideal place. Secondly, there were the market studies that identified this area being commercial. What would be the best things to put into this area? Town of Berthoud has not really had the opportunity to really think about what's the best thing that can go in here, and then think of ways to invest or to incent the correct developers to attract the sales tax dollars and to make this be a commercial development. Lastly, can I just say one more
Yes, go
sentence?
ahead.
Lastly, I think the view of this being a situation where they don't want things in their backyard. This is a group of people that have brought forward concerns about the community, and if we didn't want this in our backyard, we would not be asking for commercial. So that's a perspective I think that needs to be thrown out the water. Thank
very
you.
much.
Oh, one quick thing: you only have 30 days to make a decision.
Thank you. Thank you. To be fair, I didn't give you extra time because I did start when you were walking up, so you're actually on time. Charlotte Rowe. Sure, I don't do that again.
My name is Charlotte Rowe. I live at 1621 South County Road, South in Berthoud. And last week's Berthoud Surveyor had a front page article reporting that a trustee admonished Mayor Pro Tem, the Mayor Pro Tem, over allegations he brought concerning whether he had the right to question the administrator, for starters. The trustee that was under attack was not present. But the title of the article said that the town board expressed concern about the Mayor Pro Tem and his actions. So my questions are several. Does the Berthoud Code of Conduct say that trustees must, quote, avoid personal attacks or derogatory remarks? Am I reading it right? And secondly, was the critique made by one trustee, as the text of the article said, or was it the board, as the title said? And then another question is, what is the penalty for breaking code? The cat is kind of out of the box now because of what was raised at this last meeting. The issues raised with respect to the administrator are now in the public eye. And I would be very interested in hearing the discussion about this at the end of the meeting, but I won't be able to stay. But no doubt you'll be taking it up. And then my last question is this. Is there not a general code of conduct of the West that you don't ambush a fellow public servant, especially if he's not present to give his side of the story? It seems to me, I'm a retired public servant, and I really do appreciate the work of this board. I know what it's like to late night, long meetings, back and forth, a million emails, a million difficult, complicated questions to deal with. But it seems to me that's not good practice. And I hope this will be rectified. Thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you very much. Okay, I just wanted to address a couple things here. Anyone here for the Revere? Just Attorney Smith, this is a point of information here. How would that work if we wanted Revere? I've never been familiar with that.
It's not fresh in my mind, and I'll just have to research that as a legal matter and report back to the board.
And For Ms. Rowe's comments, I don't have a copy of the code of conduct in front of us. So I can't speak to that directly. But as you stated, we will be picking this up at the end of the meeting. So I'll halt my comments there. Trustees, anything else? Okay, thank you all for speaking. We'll move on now to consent. Would trustees like anything removed from consent?
I don't need anything moved, but I wonder if I could just make a really brief comment on one of the items.
Yes.
I just am so impressed with the board report. They accomplished so many things, and if you had the time to look through that, it's quite amazing everything that's done. So I just wanted to call out to Chris and your staff. I don't think you get enough credit for actually the litany of things that are accomplished. So again, super impressed with everything that's being done. And I would also commend the town board for the support of getting all those things done. So
Thank you for saying that.
yeah.
Good reminder there. Anything else?
I would like, item D removed, please.
Item D. All right. Anything else removed, trustees?
Could I pull item F as well?
Item F to be removed. All right. Anything else? Is there a motion to combine and approve consent minus items D and F?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Ayers has moved. Trustee Albrecht has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. Items removed from consent will be considered next on the agenda. We'll start with the B-Town Automotive Incentive Agreement. Trustee Albrecht?
I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank staff for this. I know we've wrestled through some variance process opportunities for businesses in the community. I know there's been some frustration as we implement and uphold our code. I know that sometimes our businesses can be frustrated with our process, and to me, this coming before us is a huge win. It means that the business was able to go through a process and a procedure where they were allowed to present their case, and we were able to find a way to help them further their business in our community in a way that's going to benefit the whole community. So I just want to really recognize staff, and those measures and those steps were great. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And in fairness, the board approved the incentive policy that we use to put these incentive agreements together. That's a priority from the town board to support local business and expansion and retention of those businesses. So glad we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and move on D there. Is there a motion to...
I guess I wanted to add to
Oh,
Trustee
sure.
Albrecht's comments. I just wanted to thank B-Town for all their work in town. I'm a frequent customer with old vehicles, so I really appreciate their work and their support for our community activities. So, and I wanted to thank Administrator Kirk for pulling this agreement together. And I think we can move on to F.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we can... so item F, you got it?
Yeah, I'll jump on that right now. I wanted to thank Administrator Kirk as well for the staff report. I noticed the administration section added, so I wanted to thank you for that. I hope that's a regular feature.
It will
So,
be.
with nothing else, I would move to approve item F and D on the consent agenda.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem moved. Trustee Wing has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote on that?
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right, consent has been approved. Let's move on to our regular agenda item. We'll start out with the HICS Legacy Water Treatment Authority Intergovernmental Agreement. We have our Water Utilities Director, Ken Matthews, here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Tonight, you're first on the agenda.
Right, that's good. Can I see this, Christian?
Ken, that should still be up.
Password.
Oh, are you logged out? Okay.
While Christian's setting that up, so basically, I want to give you a brief background as to what the future Hicks Legacy Water Treatment Authority is, and then describe kind of what's in front of you today. That's pretty straightforward. Anyway, on the screen, and let's see. All right, can everyone see the laser pointer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. On the screen is basically our area and the major water providers. These big areas this is Central Weld Water District. This is the Little Thompson Water District, Left Hand Water District, and then the various small towns, including Berthoud. And these communities are meeting routinely once a month to discuss whether or not there could be some benefits to combining our forces to build a regional water treatment plant that would serve all of these communities. The idea there is benefits of scale, and there's a whole lot of mileage that needs to take place before this will get any kind of traction. These are long, drawn-out processes. This is really the first step in the deal in front of you, but a little bit of background as to what we're thinking about and what we're looking at is, and a little bit of the evolution of the authority. It was originated through effort by Central Weld Water District, and they're kind of the point person. You'll notice on this agreement, it's an agreement between Berthoud and really the other 8 communities and Central Weld Water District. They've taken the bull by the horns and are rolling forward with it. Originally, it was going to be a NISP only water treatment plant, and that is evolved and kind of diversified for one reason or another. And at this point, there's discussion as to all sources of water. The one effort that is ongoing right now, and the town of Berthoud is looking into it, is getting water quality data from all of these various sources. And for example, for us, it would be existing and potential future water sources, and getting water quality data so that this could be turned over to an engineer who can then do some conceptual design and evaluation as to what a treatment plant would look like and how that would function. That's kind of the first step to determine feasibility. Likely from that effort, some communities will probably fall off. And at this time, there's 9. I wouldn't be surprised if 2 or 3, possibly even Berthoud, will fall off of the and no longer show interest in the organization at that point. Then you move forward with trying to determine cost, putting some designs together, and getting some agreements on and actually sharing costs. What's in front of you today is the first step, and that's an agreement with a legal firm in order to establish the authority. There'll be a pretty straightforward agreement there. Her scope is pretty clear. The expertise of the firm is more focused on municipal structuring and special and district structuring rather than water rights. This isn't a water rights attorney like our attorney Pete Johnson, and so she'll go to work on that. Then the next thing I'll probably be coming to you guys with, if everything goes all right, is an engineering agreement where we would partner with these other 9 or 8 communities to have an engineer do this conceptual study. That'll probably require a little bit heavier commitment on our part. The way we're dicing up the money right now is strict, even distribution amongst all the current players. So I think that's basically it for this, and I ask that you approve and authorize Town Administrator Kirk to execute this agreement.
Thank you. Trustees, questions? Trustee Ayers?
You may have answered this. I apologize. Any kind of time frame?
The thought next year is by the end of 2026, there'll be a stable group with a concept plan.
One question, yeah. If I heard you correctly, I thought you said the expense was going to be shared equally. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So usage doesn't come into play? If one municipality uses 10 times more than another, they don't
Ultimately.
have to. Okay.
Ultimately, for the purposes of parsing out the less than $30,000 in legal fees, that'll be parsed up evenly.
Okay.
Once we get in and we decide who stays and who plays, then it'll absolutely be based on capacity.
Great. Thank you very much.
Did you mention that Berthoud would likely or may fall out? Do you have any opinion right now? We just don't know, right?
I just don't know.
You're just saying that there's a possibility that some municipalities won't be in their best interest.
That's correct. One of the things that I've talked about earlier as budgetary discussions and such, and water resources discussions is a project that will soon be soliciting proposals for, and that will be an integrated water resources plan where we're going to be looking at all the various sources available to us and apply some metrics to them, not necessarily with the end goal of a favorite plan falling out of that, but more of a decision tool that we can use as we move forward. Cost
For all
estimate.
municipalities?
No,
for
just for
Yeah,
Berthoud.
okay.
Yeah. And this work here will be rolled into that effort.
Any other questions, trustees? All right, there is a motion here. I'm sorry.
I'd move to approve the intergovernmental agreement between the town of Berthoud and the Central Weld County Water District.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Wing has moved. Trustee Albrecht has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right, we roll right into the Northern Colorado Water Alliance adoption of the principles.
So, somewhat in a similar vein, a few years ago, the Northern Colorado NOCO Foundation, is that right, Chris?
Yes.
Yeah, was asked to spearhead an initiative to bring water leaders in Northern Colorado together to collaborate and sort out the issues at hand and so on and so forth. This started prior to my coming on board. I've been part of it for the last 3-4 years. We've reached the point, we've met regularly. We've reached the point where we have kind of decided what we're all about, and we kind of have what are we going to be when we grow up type. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. So I want to walk you through real quick what the organization's all about. Like I said, we've met every other month, pretty routinely and religiously. There's about 18 organizations. I mentioned the NOCA Foundation is driving it. There is a third-party facilitator that's keeping us on track and on agenda. Basically, what we're focused on here is making sure that we're as aligned as we could be on the importance of water in Northern Colorado, and then as a group, what we can do to take care of it and be good stewards. It's been a very productive group, a very positive group. I've been a part of several of these in my career. Oftentimes they can go off the rail, and they can end up not being constructive at all. People will fall off and bow out and stuff like that. This group has been surprisingly focused and committed and mature about behavior and such. One of the things that we all, and this was an easy achievement here, we agreed that water is critical to the region. It's critical to development. It's also, of course, critical to ag and the economy and the environment. We we all are involved in land planning issues and how that it is impacted by water, but we all are approaching it separately. We all have our agendas, and that's one of the things we embraced early on in the process. One of the issues that popped out as being critical to us is we wanted to make sure that this group was instrumental in maintaining water staying in northern Colorado. You of course hear about Thornton and their pipeline and other similar stories, Aurora coming in and buying up local native water rights, and so we're focused on doing that. That's tricky. We did not want to be, a litigious organization. We didn't want to be an organization, at least right now, we're not thinking we needed to be an organization that had a big budget so that we could go in and strong arm a community like Aurora and buy the water out from underneath them. That's not in the scope of any of the discussions. Rather, working hard to discourage it, and then working to seek appropriate mitigation in the event that it does happen. When water leaves the community, there are impacts. Those impacts need to be mitigated. The principles that are part of your packet are kind of focused on kind of identifying the outline of everything that the group has come up with. There was 20 or so to start with. Some of them got culled, most of them stayed, and then at this point various organizations are working through their governing bodies, such as yourself, to get what we're referring to as getting these principles adopted, so that we can go out and into the community and show that this has been adopted by all of these various communities. So basically, that's what we're asking you to do today is to as they are written in the exhibit, is to adopt these principles.
Questions? Well, I think this is great. This is a comment, but really, these last two agenda items, but come together as a group, no matter whether it's for wastewater planning or water treatment planning, or just come together concerned out of stuff leaving our area, which I think will continue to be the case unless we start pushing back. And
right.
I think this is a great holistic stance as a group, and I like how, at least right away, we're not looking at putting money together to try and fight Aurora and do that, which would just get ugly, and who knows where that would lead. But just as a group, all putting our eye on that problem, that it'll continue to sneak by us unless we all look at it.
You mentioned sneaking by us. That actually is one of the bigger benefits. All of the stuff we've written down, getting together and talking about it. One of the things that we've seen is, wait a minute, I didn't realize that was for sale. And communities are, whoa, and are, then a discussion occurs. And, often or it's highly likely that then the purchase could be made locally instead of, when somebody like Aurora approaches them from the outside, and then we're all oblivious to it.
Yeah, right. Is there like a definition of the boundaries of I know you say northern Colorado, but water leaving the area, would that be Boulder North?
That was one of the main things that we wrestled with, it's we're focusing it on a tighter Denver metro area, or even points south, in Douglas County, for example, is less a focus on communities like Longmont and Erie, and they aren't part of the consortium, but that isn't part of the focus.
Okay.
You sparked something in my mind. So Chimney Hollow, right? There's a whole bunch of municipalities, towns splitting that up. Is there any correlation between this and that? Because again, it seems like sort of local water, if you will, is going far away from the source.
Yeah. So Chimney Hollow is a good example of a well-controlled water right. So Chimney Hollow is not on our radar because that's kind of a slam dunk. Northern Water controls that very, very tightly, as they do the rest of the CBT project and Windy Gap project. What this is going to be focused on is a little more of the loosey-goosey stuff that's out there.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Just a comment that I also agree with the mayor. The regional collaboration is huge, and knowing that we're keeping our resources close by is super helpful, and not being on an island. I feel like Berthoud is doing a great job of stretching out resources and
Thanks.
and increasing our bang for our buck. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If there's anything else, there's a motion on the table, or a suggested motion. Would anyone like to move on that?
Well, I'll move to adopt the Northern Colorado Water Principles as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Wing has moved. Trustee Albrecht has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. Thank you very much. Next is an introduction, but this is development code updates. There's several of these, and we have our Community Development Director, Ann Johnson, here to present.
Thank you, Mayor Karsbeck and members of the Town Board of Trustees. So this evening, agenda items 4, 5, and 6 will be introduced together as they are intertwined. And tonight, staff is going to provide an overview or an introduction, a summary of what these changes are. And these were approved by Planning Commission at their October 9th public hearing. And then these changes proposed represent input that we've heard through the past 14 months from yourself, from the Planning Commission, from the development and the business community. So we've listened, we've incorporated, we've balanced give and take to make sure that we're not giving too much, and that as we are flexible in the town, that we are also receiving. The second reading then will just represent any changes that you direct staff to make from tonight to that next reading. Alrighty. So what are we looking at tonight? This will be a repeal and replacement of Chapter 30, which is the Land Development Code. The Mountain Avenue Overlay District is getting some amendments as well, strengthening the intent of that, as well as strengthening the intent of the design guidelines. So overall edits include, and I am with 100% certain that we have missed some misspellings. I am certain that there will
in the room here. He'll correct them.
I am certain that there will be some mispunctuations, things like that. So we will catch those with the next round, but we really tried hard. But there are language standards, requirements. They were consolidated, clarified, simplified. Punctuation, spelling errors that we caught were corrected. Tables and sections are referenced by the name of the table and section where we can, rather than the section title, because sometimes the sections change. However, the reference in another part of the code doesn't catch that change over time. Every land use on the land use table is defined now. And then by state statute, we have to have electric vehicle charging station language into our code by next year, sometime next year. We went ahead and Bella Manzo, the town planner, worked with the state. So we're going to be one of the first to actually, get that into our code. So that includes the design, zoning, and land use sections. We also reorganized the sections and reorganization within and between the sections as well. We worked with Attorney Smith, the entire community development team. We also have Erin Bagnall here. She is an architect that helped us with our original design standards, our landscape standards, the Mountain Avenue standards. So she is here to ensure that there's consistency between all of those and our land use code to make sure that we didn't forget something and that something didn't slip. And of course, Administrator Kirk guiding us all the way through to make sure that your vision is adhered to. So here we go. Chapter 30, Section 1, General Provisions. So we didn't have a way to amend our comprehensive plan. If somebody wanted to amend the comp plan, now we do. We're going to follow the neighborhood master plan process. It's pretty simple, straightforward. It's a very similar process. We needed to clarify when timing starts for vesting. That is now in the code. We also added a section that was clarifying some nonconformities, and we utilized Larimer County's code as a base. There are additional changes. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy asked a good question several months ago about data centers in the town. We currently prohibit data centers. However, they could have snuck in as like a lab or something else. So we went ahead and we just called it out. We said a data center, we defined what it is, and then we said it's only going to be allowed in the high industrial, heavy industrial zone district. They're still going to have to meet noise, all of these other standards. Water is still a big issue. However, rather than allowing something to come in and circumvent, we're just going to call it out and say it's allowed in Berthoud and it's only allowed in heavy industrial. So we thought that would alleviate any problems, any potential to circumvent. All dwelling types are now grouped together. So instead of single family in S, it's now dwelling, single family, dwelling, multifamily. All of the dwelling are together. Not a substantive change, just organization. Group care facilities now includes safe houses, senior living, all types of congregate living are all now together under group care facilities. And all uses in the zoning section, land use table, were verified to also be defined. So there are no questions what things are. All right, moving on to Section 2, impact fees. The definition of an accessory dwelling unit in this section now matches the definition of an accessory dwelling unit in the general provisions section, so there is consistency. Section 32113G regarding cash in lieu was clarified by the town's water attorney. I don't question Pete Johnson, so we just clarified that Ken Matthews was okay with all of that, and that Administrator Kirk was okay with that, and we're going with what Pete Johnson is recommending, and planning staff, we read it, we understand it, so we can implement it. Section 3 on annexation. In 30-3-103-811, we added some language in there that states that the economic impact to the municipality of the proposed annexation. We'd like to see further financial impact analysis added to those reports. So we clarified what we'd like to see a little bit more robust. That the applicant needs to determine what the true cost to provide services is going to be. Well, it's nearly impossible to predict the true impact of an annexation to the town over the long haul. The town really would like to see additional fiscal analysis provided by the applicant. And we will verify that. However, we would like a little bit more robust reporting. Moving on to Section 4 in zoning. All design references in the zoning section have been removed. They don't belong in the zoning section. What was happening is the development community staff were having to look in the zoning for design and then back referencing to the design. Sometimes they were conflicting, so we've stripped all design out And thanks to Erin Bagnall, she's then got those in the right places. We've verified those design references. We made sure that they actually made sense and that they don't conflict our design guidelines, so we're good. Also, the action of annexation. Right now, we allowed, if you don't know what zoning you want to have when you annex property, you have time and you can kind of set up that dark green transitional zoning for a while, and in the code it said within 90 days you got to annex it. Well, we have a lot of stuff that's been zone transitional for 20 years. So we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to say, no, if you want to come into Berthoud, you have to have an idea of what you want to do, and you're going to zone it right away. And then all of the transitional zoning parcels that are owned by the town, we are going to work on the next couple of years cleaning those up, and those are not going to be transitionally zoned. They're going to be a zoning district that we recognize. And then all of the others that are privately owned, over time, they will transition out of T zoning. It causes problems. The transitional zoning, you use it what you used it for at the time it was zoned. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, do we have clear documentation what it was used for at that moment in time? We don't. It causes conflict. So why perpetuate something that causes conflict? So we're going to get rid of it. Planning Commission thought that was a good idea to get rid of it. So we're proposing that.
For what it's worth, we have some very specific issues where that's been a problem recently, so it's definitely a good idea not to continue to transitionally zone properties from our perspective.
Dimensional standards and bulk standards. We had these huge tables, and sometimes the footnotes to the tables were bigger than the tables themselves. So Bella worked really hard at removing all of the footnotes and making sure that the tables themselves were explanatory without footnotes. So we now have great tables without footnotes, which is wonderful. We've included the maximum number of units per acre versus the minimum lot sizes, inclusive of removing 20% for streets, parks, etc. So instead of saying, hey, you can have you can have a minimum lot size of 2,500 square feet, we're just saying you can have, 16 homes per acre. It makes it easier, then you can cluster them, you can rearrange the lot sizes, it makes it a lot more clean. And we heard this from the development community, that it will make it a lot more streamlined for them. It actually reduces density a little. It reduces density a little bit by taking out the inclusion for streets and some of those other provisions. We included maximum lot coverage. So this would prohibit someone from completely covering their lot with impervious surfaces, therefore increasing stormwater discharge. And then also clarifies the intent of corner side setbacks. So right now, if you have a corner lot and you have like a little open space area there, right now that's considered still a corner lot, so you have to have greater setbacks. However, we realize that if you have a little open space strip, even if it's 10 feet, or I think in our code we're saying 15 feet or 14 feet, 10 feet, that that is not considered a corner lot, because you're going to have that from the sidewalk to the fence line, that's 10 feet. So that already meets that buffer area. All right, moving on to subdivision and land use. This is where we did make some changes. We're streamlining, we're trying to make it easier, more transparent. We really want developers to get through the land use process in 2 to 3 rounds of review. Staff is willing to make some modifications to how we process things. We now want the developer to come to the table and get through the process by providing us with really high quality development proposals. We had a great meeting with the development community on May 12th. We presented them with some ideas. We had some one-on-one meetings with developers and follow-up meetings with them. They gave us their input. Some of the things that we were proposing, they didn't necessarily like because it was asking them for more. However, we did give a little bit on other areas. Speed was more important to them than incentives. So there was some give and take there, and I think we came to a good meeting spot. So land uses were in separate sections of the code, and they've been brought together into one chapter called subdivision and land use. Now, what we're going to do, rather than having separate criteria for approval for each individual type of land use, we're now going to have an intent section. That's what's proposed. So now every application that comes before you, Board of Adjustment or Planning Commission, have to meet these intent statements. So everything is consistent. It will be easier. It will be more clear. Application materials have to meet these intent statements, and they're pretty robust. They're the same as what was already in the code, so nothing is new. It's just they've all been rearranged into one area. There is a timeline also now proposed to eliminate lingering cases. One thing that current staff is really is being very persistent with is not bringing land use cases to Planning Commission or to the Town Board of Trustees with a myriad of conditions of approval. We'd like to bring things to you that are very clean. And what that eliminates is a land use case that was approved 3 years ago that had 3 conditions of approval that take 5 years to complete. And now they're finally just getting it completed, and now the code has changed, or now conditions have changed. The traffic pattern that you may have seen 20 years ago now has changed. Things change, and when we approve things 20 years ago, they're not the same anymore today. So conditions change, and we don't want to have things that linger on. So we've now included some timelines that you need to get it done, you need to get it recorded and move on and get it going. There are 2 sections that provide some flexibility to grant staff the ability to waive application requirements per site-specific findings. This would be similar to someone who's wanting to renovate an existing building. If they have to do a site plan or a use by special review, and they're in an existing building, they have their there's parking all done, everything's done. Why would we have them do a drainage report? Why would we have them do some of these things? So it allows some flexibility and accountability. It would allow the town administrator, the community development director to make those calls. What can be waived under realistic situations so that we can make the process more simple? There was a very large, complicated table, and we've made it now very streamlined and structured. So let's see, 35104, and it was the application materials. It was like a table that was 5 pages long, and it provided all the little details, like you have to have a north arrow, you have to have this, that, and that, and it was all in table format. And this is when a table becomes cumbersome, so we actually detableized something, and we said mapping material, check the boxes when the mapping materials are needed, and then what we did is we provided narrative materials about what those mapping materials are. So it condensed the pages, and then you don't have a 5-page table now. You actually have a small table with good descriptions. We've developed guidelines for what an irrigation plan needs to be. Lake and Dixon, our planning intern, worked with the operations department and with our contract landscape architect to develop guidelines for what those irrigation plans are. So now we've referenced those. The town would like to see precedent images during a neighborhood master plan for neighborhood identity features and the preliminary plat. And then also hydrozone analysis. They're inconsistent with what the development community provides us. So we have now created a little template that everybody fills out, and it's consistent and it makes math easy. We've made some changes by discussing the subdivision types versus in two different locations. In the code, subdivision types were described in one area, and it was a great description. And then the process for the subdivision was described in another area. It was confusing because the development community would look at the little description area and they didn't know where to look for then the meat of how do you do this. So we just went ahead and combined them. Great. Again, the town of Berthoud has a great code. It just needed some condensing. And then again, that allowing for it. Oh, also allowing for an administrative final plat in certain circumstances. So no hearing under certain circumstances for an administrative final plat. Let's go over that because that's a big deal. Okay. So if you don't want vesting, if you're okay taking a risk and not getting your final plat vesting, and if you are willing to get the shovel in the ground within a year, you're not changing any land use, you're not changing the number of lots or the residential density, you're not making any changes that would make the project non-conforming with the code, you're not making any significant changes in public open spaces, anything like that. You're not changing any measurable standard by more than 5%. And you've addressed all the comments from the public. And you've addressed all comments from Planning Commission and the Town Board of Trustees. There's an option to not have to go to a final plat hearing, because at preliminary plat, we are going to be more strict by upping that they have to bring those engineering documents to you pretty well scrubbed. Everything will be very scrubbed. So by the time they get to final plat, it truly is that technical exercise of, is it truly done? Now, sometimes changes have to be made when they're going from 80 to 100% engineering drawings. So if there's a substantive change, if they didn't do their homework, they come back to a hearing. And to be vested, they will no longer go to final plat to Planning Commission. They will come to final plat to you all. So that's a change per direction from Attorney Smith. So that is a change. Again, if they're sticking nearly perfectly to the preliminary plat, it's a technical exercise. Staff can approve it. Please, Administrator Kirk.
Thank you, Ann. And just as a little bit of context, from our perspective, the final plat should be a technical exercise. At that point, it's been through neighborhood master plan review, preliminary plat public hearing at both Planning Commission and Town Board. The terms of the project should be pretty clear and explicit. And so I think what we're suggesting is that the length of time and the public review process for what at a final plat hearing should be just a technical exercise to confirm that all the engineering standards have been met, that no significant changes, no real substantive changes of any kind have been made to the prelim plat. All that could be done administratively and save everybody an extra step. If there are substantive changes of any kind, the code would not allow an administrative final plat approval. So, if there are, or as Ann articulated, if the developer wants to ask for a legal vesting right, then it would have to come back to a public hearing in front of the town board in order to get that vested right. And so,
explain vesting. Like when
Yeah.
they want to take the risk of not having their property.
Maybe I'll let Ann or Aaron address vesting, so I don't mess that up.
Yeah, under Colorado law, there is an opportunity for a final plat to have a hearing before the board and to then receive with certain certain prior notifications and certain further recordations to receive an automatic 3 years of vesting rights, or the developer can ask for longer. And what that gives the developer is the right to finish out that approved development, regardless of, say, any later zoning changes that the town would pass. So they don't get to be immunized from later health and safety regulations that apply to building codes. You never get vesting against changes in building codes, but you get vested against changes that might occur that would affect your use of the land from the zoning that you received.
Right. Okay.
Really, it is, the 3-year period, which is what the automatic vesting period would be. There's very little that, I think you're ultimately gain from that, but it is something that developers will sometimes ask for.
I have one quick question. In addition to that, had Planning Commission weighed in on that item yet?
Yes.
Okay. What, did they
And
have an opinion?
They
General consensus?
they were sad to give up, or they of course like seeing the final plat. However, they understand that it truly is a technical exercise, and they weighed in quite heavily on the administrative process and weighed in heavily on what those standards would be in order to give that up. And they were gracious in understanding the vesting, and that the vesting needs to come from the trustees and not from Planning Commission. So they graciously understand the benefit to the development community, and were fine with this, and again brought it forward to you unanimously.
Perfect.
I have one question on this area, since we're asking questions. You're good. One of the comments you made was addressed all comments by the public, the Planning Commission, and the board, and we've seen how contentious those can be, and that sometimes it's hard to satisfy everybody. So when you say address the comments, can you clarify that just a little bit?
Well, every land use case is going to be different, and every circumstance is going to be different. So if there would be a land use case, and let's say the town trustees put a condition of approval on that you shall do X with submittal of the final plat, and the applicant satisfies X, and X was not substantive, and maybe they provided a pedestrian crossing on a street and it's in a safe location, it's all good, that could be administratively approved. If it is another situation where you wanted to see how an issue was resolved, and you wanted to see how that situation is resolved, they really don't have a choice. They would need to come back to the town board of trustees.
An example would be the public not liking the view that is being blocked. How would they solve that?
I can't tell you that.
Okay, that's not an obscure, right?
I think that's a reasonable question to ask. And so what we're talking about are code requirements.
Okay.
The view is not a code requirement. And so whether or not the public likes the fact that the view may or may not be blocked is irrelevant in the context of our code. And so those kinds of public comments would typically get addressed during the preliminary plat hearing anyway, right? You would have already heard all of that. And then you would have made a condition, if there was such a condition to be made, that could be easily addressed.
But then we think this comment of addressed all comments, should that even be in there? Is that really something we want to?
This says, let's see, let me read this out loud because sometimes reading out loud helps me hear it and understand it. How the applicant has addressed conditions of approval, if any were imposed during the preliminary plat by planning commission and or town trustees. How the applicant has addressed comments received from the public during the public comment portion of the process. Right. So I think staff can provide a rational thought there. If you would like to remove that.
It just struck me as, from very recent experience, the public can really, and it sounded to me like they could stop it. Mm-hmm. If their concerns weren't addressed verbatim from the words, it sounded like that would be enough to stop the project. That's why I brought it up.
We definitely can remove that if that is your consensus and direct staff to do so. I can definitely remove that.
And
at least look at it again.
I do think. Sorry, go ahead. I don't mean to.
It's your. I guess I understand your concern. Could it be clarified based on your comments that concerns and comments have been addressed? Concerns and comments related to town code have been addressed. That way, it's very specific.
You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
I
see what you're saying.
I'd hate to have their hat on,
yeah,
and somebody says, and our wording says,
because there could be 300 comments that can't be addressed and do not pertain to code that would stop.
And to be honest, we may be overthinking it a little bit because at the point at which we'd be talking about doing an administrative final plat, again, this has already been to public hearings for neighborhood master plan, preliminary plat, public hearing at planning commission, and preliminary plat public hearing at the town board. At that point, if the town board has not, we will have received lots of public comment about a project by that point. And if the town board hasn't imposed a condition on that final plat, then I'm not sure that the public comment is relevant at that point, to be honest. And I don't mean to discount public comment, but the reality is at that point, this project has been in the works likely for years. It's been through multiple public hearings. The town board has approved the preliminary plat with conditions. And if the town board didn't address public comments during that approval of the preliminary plat with conditions, and the final plat has not changed, then does it matter if we worry about whether or not public comments were further addressed after that decision has been made? I don't think it does matter. I think we could pull it. From my perspective, I think it makes perfect sense to pull that out. I don't think it's necessary.
Is it fair to state, though, that if the board had conditions at preliminary plat, that we're trusting the staff to apply that to the developer without us having final review?
I will say I think that, yes, that is fair to say. That is what you're entrusting us to do in that case. Mm-hmm. I would also hope and expect that any conditions that you impose are easily definable, right? If it's like, if the condition, and we used to do, some of the trustees have been on the board longer, this used to drive me nuts, and we don't do this anymore. But there used to be recommendations and conditions, and the recommendations were like impossible to define, and they weren't conditional. So it's like, what's a recommendation? The developer would be like, well, I don't want to do that, and I don't have to. It was a recommendation. And it's like, so we used to argue about that all the time. We haven't done that in a long time, but that was common practice when I started here. Conditions should be specific. And I'll give you an example maybe. Is like, the condition should be something like the open space buffer between the creek and the back of the property line, shall be 150 feet. Instead of 135, if that was a condition, right? That's something that's easily definable and measurable, and we can 100% confirm that has occurred. If the condition was something like, the condition should never be worded in such a way that it's like, the development shall incorporate historical elements into the park. That is very hard to define. And even when they bring it back to you, that may be hard for them to even achieve, right? Or to demonstrate. However, if there was a condition like that, we can easily document why we think that makes sense. I also recognize that you may not want to give us that wiggle room to say, yes, they've incorporated a historical element into the park. But again, I think we would also counsel you when you're approving a final plat, if you're going to make it conditional, that it be clearly definable. Like, lot sizes shall not exceed 9,500 square feet. I don't know that that's a condition that you could impose, but if that was, that would be very easy to define. But if you said, we think there should be less density in the final plat, I don't know what that means. So, we'd have to be very specific about what those conditions look like.
And staff will work with you during that deliberation period. What we do right now, if we hear you deliberating and having a common theme in your deliberation, we're already writing down potential conditions of approval for you. We're already forming those to help the situation. So we will be more deliberate when we're listening to deliberation, when we're listening to testimony, that if it should come up, that we can provide a more quantifiable condition of approval that will be very direct in meeting your concern.
So this is I don't want to sound like I don't trust staff, but I don't see us having a development issue. Like if this is early 2000 and we wanted to expedite this, I can see this as an incentive for the development we want to see. So if we could put, have you thought doing this for a builder or a developer that allows 3 or more builders or something? Trying to tease out the better developments we see in our community.
That's coming up in the design section. That's just going to be a flat out requirement.
Or amount of affordable housing or something
That's already, you're just going to get to do that.
Okay.
Now, I do think one of your conditions of approval for a preliminary plat could be that it come back for final approval. I mean, maybe we can change the code in such a way that it just gives you that discretion of preliminary plat. Or you could make that decision when approving your preliminary plat. Town staff has the authority under the code to approve this final plat administratively, subject to the following conditions. You could just decide that at prelim plat, I think. I mean, and so in a lot of ways, you guys would have the right to make that choice at prelim plat. If it's relatively non-controversial, it's all very clear.
Right.
Maybe there are no conditions. That's a great opportunity, regardless of the type of development, to just say, this doesn't need to come back for another hearing. It's done. Let's just finish up the technical details and get it over with. If it's super controversial, or if there's a lot of conditions of approval, one, you may not even want to approve that preliminary plat to begin with, right? Once the list of conditions starts to get pretty long, it's like, is this really something we should be approving? But even if you did, I think one of those conditions of approval could be that it come back.
Okay.
So I think you would have the right to do that at prelim plat anyway.
Yep.
I actually think that sounds very appropriate, and I think having that even as a motion, and when we're at prelim plat, that we can, advise staff to move forward with those conditions and have administrative rights to final plat authorized. I think that makes a lot of sense that we can have that at that time.
If we could have it
make that
listed
decision.
long after we're gone, that trustees just know that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I see the point in this. It's not a trust issue. I do see a reason for, this is obviously my personal opinion, of expediting things that are just pointlessly going in front of us. I don't want to cost a developer us money for no reason, but.
And they take up meeting time when,
right.
In a lot of cases, they don't need to.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay. Again, clarifying requirements for vesting. Right now, the code allows for early release of grading with the submittal of a preliminary plat. Our current town engineer really feels as if the early release of grading should accompany a final plat versus a preliminary plat. Oftentimes, the issues with engineering aren't finalized until after all of the engineering has been reviewed, instead of when you submit the preliminary plat. So there was a big discussion, and there are parameters for early release of grading with final plat. Also with preliminary plat, sometimes that's in a year of review, and then final plat is in a year of review, so that ground is disturbed for some, oftentimes more than 2 years before they're actually out there. So it's a lot of time to have the site disturbed.
Early release of grading would be early approval of their grading plan so they can get started on that?
Yes. Yep. To start working. Right now we do allow that.
Okay.
We allow that with preliminary plat.
Okay.
We'd like to push it back to final plat once we've reviewed those first submittals of the final grading documents. Then once the town engineer feels confident that everything is good, then we can release that. And they're getting a 6-month start on their grading and it's utility installation, all of that.
That excuse me, that early grading is still at risk, and they know that. That's the case now. But
At risk of being altered, that they're doing
yeah,
something-
based on the
final
review
plans.
process and the final approval. So they're saying, look, at this point we'd be saying once you've submitted a final plat and we've done that initial review, you could request an early grading release. We do that now, earlier in the process, and we are not comfortable with that.
This gives us more time.
This gives us more time before we allow early grading release.
Some in the development community get confused when they think that a building permit is a land use permit. And likewise, a land use permit is a building permit. So we're just clarifying in this section that they're two separate things. Also, for our Proposition 123 compliance for affordable housing or attainable housing, if we adopt, and this was one of the low-hanging quick wins in our housing needs assessment, if we can adopt a fast track option for developments that have at least 50% attainable housing, then they could have a fast track, and this would be just for site plans. Because right now we already allow for use by right for duplexes and things like that. All multifamily in Berthoud requires a site plan. Annexations, zoning, subdivisions, PUDs, all of that is exempt from this fast track. So it would just be site plans, building permits, development agreements, and grading permits would follow this site plan light. What we're going to propose to do is do heavy design charrettes with the developer up front. Make sure that all of their submittals are scrubbed squeaky clean. Then when they submit it, it's a formality to have that one round of review, and then they're approved. The development community, the reviewers will be at the table with us. The school district will be notified. The CDOT will be at the table. I've already contacted CDOT. They said that they'd be willing to be at the table with us for early review. Fire district, everybody that's needed will be at the table for those design charrettes. This is only if somebody is proposing to do a site plan for an administrative process.
For affordable housing.
At least 50% attainable housing. So not just affordable, but attainable housing. And if we adopt this by December, then the town of Berthoud would be eligible to receive $50,000 to go into our land and water bank from the state.
Affordable housing. Okay, yeah, great.
Yep. Now you can choose not to adopt that. We just wouldn't receive that, and that's okay. It's your choice. Accessory uses were all consolidated. We were regulating accessory uses from the definition section, and we've actually put them in the land use section. We've clarified the hardship provision in the in the variance process. There was language that was really fuzzy, and we just clarified that if you want a variance, you cannot cause the reason why you need a variance. Like you're buying a piece of property that's too small to fit your building on the property, you're causing that problem. And also certification blocks were all over the place, and we've just consolidated that. moving on to the design chapter. This is where Aaron was our hero. All right, we introduced, so in a lot in that section and quite a bit in this design section, we took a great deal of input from the development community. We took input regarding buffering and density transitions quite seriously. Aaron and I discussed this at length. We did research on what other communities do. We looked at what the American Planning Association recommends for buffering and the transitions between different types of development and density. And what the American Planning Association says and recommends is it's okay to do it. Don't do it too much, because when you do it too much, then actually what you're doing is you're segregating. You're segregating your neighborhoods. You have a neighborhood that has a density of 10 dwelling units per acre. You have a neighborhood that has 2 dwelling units an acre, and now you're going to require a 100-foot buffer. Now what you're doing in essence is that you're segregating, and you now don't have a connected community. So what we've done is that we're talking about that density transitions. We're talking about that feathering effect. We are going to leave some of it up to the developer needs to present staff and planning commission and the trustees with a proposal. Now, if the developer says, yeah, 5 feet will do it, you can be guaranteed that staff is going to say it does not. You are going to need to show us some vegetation, some buffering. What is the neighboring residential subdivision? Maybe the neighboring residential subdivision are townhomes and you're proposing half-lot subdivision. Is there some issues that we need to be talking about? What are the concerns? And it could be the reverse as well. So we want to have some flexibility in there to regulate based on what it is and not have a prescriptive, it shall be X, because we want to have a connected community. So we did a lot of study, we did a lot of comparison, and we turned to some experts on the subject. Okay, the statutory EV parking requirements were added. Then this got really fun. We added a lot of options regarding the different types of park development required elements. In every park right now, you have to have electricity, irrigation, trash receptacles, water service, bike racks, and landscaping. Planning Commission is suggesting that you also add dog waste stations at every park, a piece of public art, and a sign with the park name and an address on the sign. So these are now going to be standard requirements for all parks in Berthoud. All right, then the park elements are going to build on top of each other. No longer are we going to say, all right, a pocket park, you need to pick 2 elements from A and 1 element from B and 3 from C. We're going to build. Here are all of your pocket park elements. All right, then a neighborhood park, this is what a neighborhood park is. You choose from this list and you choose here. Now a community park here, and we've combined things like a bocce ball court and a horseshoe pit are now combined together. And if you want to do a bocce ball court and a horseshoe pit, you actually have to provide like a lockable permanent box that includes the bocce balls and the horseshoe things. So you not only provide that, but you have to provide the equipment. We've grouped things together. Oh, one item was that that a BMX park was allowed in a pocket park. A pocket park is 1/3 of an acre to 2 acre. We just felt that a BMX park might not be appropriate on that size, so we took it out of a pocket park and put it elsewhere. So we looked at what the elements were and we put them in the appropriate park categories. So we didn't really take things away, we just kind of reshuffled them. Outdoor lighting and dark sky standards. We have Lakin Dixon again. Reviewed those with Brian DuBois and with the Dark Sky Association. We made very minor tweaks. They love our code, so we're good there. Again, the non-potable water systems section was added by the town's water attorney. Now we're moving on to sections 7 and 10. So 7 in signs, the only change is that regarding a monument sign was just clarified, and Ton made that change just based on some common issues that we have with sign permits. And it's based on street frontages and just clarifying what is a street frontage and where that sign is required. Mountain Avenue Overlay District. This is where we also had some competing interests. So we had this great Mountain Avenue overlay plan. It's a separate document and it's referred to in the Mountain Avenue overlay part of the code. We went ahead working with Aaron and stripped everything that was in the separate standalone guidelines out of the code, and we're just going to reference those standalone guidelines, because when we have things in code and we change it in the code now that are in direct conflict with the guidelines, now we have a conflict. So we're just going to take it out of the code and reference those guidelines, and then Aaron strengthened those guidelines, and we'll talk about those in just a little bit. We strengthen those guidelines to bring more brick in, to bring more design into those guidelines. Again, we're listening to you when we've taken those virtual field trips. The Innovation District, we just amended that. The amendments are to be proposed to be consistent with thresholds, like the making a change 10% that's consistent with other areas of our land use code.
Like administrative changes?
Yeah, so like exterior walls. When a change is made affecting 10% or more of the facade of an exterior wall or structure within the high visibility area, or all of the facade, then all of the facade needs to be brought into conformance. So you can make 10% a change 10% or less and still just keep it status quo. But if you want to make a change 11% or more, then you need to bring the exterior of that facade into conformance with our innovation district, or else we're never going to see change. The historic resources, clarification on the process for alterations was provided. It was just a little unclear. Not a huge change at all. Just authorization from the town board of trustees with a recommendation from the advisory committee is required for work identified as a major alteration. So we just added that. The flood overlay, the only change is that Larimer County adopted a new map and a new study. So we just had to reference the name of that study. Short-term rental, natural medicine, no change. Marijuana business, Attorney Smith and Attorney Garcia helped us just stay consistent with state statute. In the oil and gas section, I do have a letter, if I can. This was received over the weekend.
Of course.
In the original land use code that you all adopted a couple years ago, there was reference in the definition section, I believe, of a injection well, and staff stated that injection wells are prohibited, or disposal wells are prohibited. This is in the definition section of what a well or a wellhead is, and we don't allow disposal wells in Berthoud. It's not on our land use table. Staff's made a statement on the record during that hearing that we don't allow disposal wells. So even if somebody came to town and said, yeah, I want a disposal well, well, you can't have one. So we just went ahead and just said disposal wells are prohibited in the definition of a well, just to make it clear. But a letter did come in saying, hey, disposal wells are good. They do reduce traffic. However, that was not your intent to allow disposal wells. And so staff did reply to this individual and let them know that that was never the intent. We're just cleaning the code to represent your original intent.
They reached out to me too, so thank you. I didn't know what they were talking about.
Okay. Section 16, this is the wireless communications facility. There is language regarding tolling, and that tolling is kind of like that stop clock. When an application is submitted for a wireless communications facility, and we have to stop the clock because of an irregularity in the application materials or some other reason, this actually gives the town a reason to stop the clock, not just the applicant. So it provides us with a lot more flexibility. So Attorney Smith and her team helped us with that. Okay, so that concludes the details of the Land Use Code, Chapter 30. So then, the Berthoud Character District Guide and Design Guidelines are also being presented for amendment. Duplicative items have been taken out of Chapter 30, the Land Use Code, and they're just going to be in the Design Guidelines. Excuse me, areas of conflict were scrubbed. We confirmed what your vision was. We talked a lot about architecture. We talked a lot about variety. We talked a lot about diversity, about interest. And so that's what Aaron changed. And the plan is being amended to keep pace with the vision of the town. And then the Town of Berthoud Mountain Avenue Corridor design and signage plan is also being amended, just again to keep pace with those plans. And so this is what you have before you tonight. And I can put Erin, Ms. Bagnall, on the spot if you'd like her to walk through the overview of what some of those changes are. I can also walk through an overview of what those changes are. We really don't have much in the design guidelines. We have a little bit more in the Mountain Avenue Corridor plan, and mostly it is integrating more a higher percentage of brick into the facade in all of those areas. The percentages do increase as you're in that downtown commercial core, and then the percent does taper out as we go towards Berthoud Character West. However, it's higher than it is today. And we were wanting more brick versus, that the pressed concrete look. We want more brick. So we're going with that instead of what we have today. So if you want more details, Aaron is here to address those. And also Ton, Planning Manager Ton Hillenbrand did a lot of heavy lifting on this as well. And I didn't drop her name as much tonight. However, I want to be able to say thank you for all of the work that she did. So that completes staff's presentation. Everybody is here to answer any questions that you have, especially those that I am not going to be able to answer for you.
Could I request a quick break?
Yeah, is that all right with everyone? Okay. Do a 5 minute.
Thank you.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
There's lots of good shit. There's another one about.
All right, we're all here. I'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you for that break here. Would trustees like to review any of the more details from our consultants?
I'd at least like to get an overview of the signage plan.
Great. Me too. Want to do that? Who's,
Excuse me, the Mountain Avenue
Yes,
corridor
please.
sign plan. Okay. So the changes, can I go over the changes that were made? Okay. The changes that were made in the Mountain Avenue, as Ann mentioned, mostly had to do with taking directive from what I believe the board was encouraging town staff to do, which is incorporate more of a high quality Berthoud identity in the Mountain Avenue corridor specifically. So each, I'll call it character district, but each area of Mountain Avenue we went through and by order of priority and specificity of each corridor area, mandated the amount of Berthoud brick. I mean, we didn't call it Berthoud brick. I believe we called it red muted tones and Berthoud, something to that matter. But encouraged them to, or actually mandated the use of brick over a percentage of the building. So, for instance, in the West Mountain Avenue corridor section, it's 50% requirement. It gets more ingrained or more intense as you get to downtown, and then it kind of feathers out towards the east.
All buildings 50% would be brick. Is that right?
In the west
Okay.
section.
Really,
And
our,
is that
our thought
facade or is
process.
that total building? I'm sorry, Administrator.
Oh, go ahead.
Total.
Total
building.
Yeah, we want flexibility in design, and we want people to be creative, and it doesn't mandate a specific architectural style, although certainly there are notes in there about incorporating historical elements or historical kind of architectural elements in some ways. But having something that ties all of the architecture together, and that brick facade in downtown, I think really is kind of, it's what people see, and I think it's what a lot of people reference. We felt like it made sense to try to carry some of that throughout the entire Mountain Avenue corridor, just so that, there's similar brick types and styles and look, even maybe in something that is much more modern in style, or as it gets more less downtown and more suburban as you head west, for instance. But some architectural element that ties it all together, we felt like brick made a lot of sense.
And I can't remember off the top of my head, but is the north end of the Ludlow property Berthoud West?
It is. Yeah. Berthoud West Character District is everything west of Berthoud Parkway, I believe.
All the way to 287.
Actually, it may be west of 8th Street. Is it west of 8th? So everything from this building west, I think, is the West Character District.
Okay.
But again, a brick would be expected throughout the entire corridor, all the way from I-25 to 287, but that, differing percentages and different expectations for each character district.
Thank you. That's kind of the big change here we're looking at.
Yeah, and I'll just point out that we understand, and in conversations with town staff, understand that there's some exceptions that can be made, and we'll see in some of the visuals that if you want to go into a style that's more agrarian, also historic to Berthoud, it permits the town staff to approve that.
Yeah, and that's we've seen or talked about cool examples. I mean, the rec center is a good architectural example, right? Like if there was a commercial center that wanted to be kind of more agrarian in architectural style, that there might be some flexibility to incorporate that as a detail, knowing that still kind of fits with our community. We don't want to be so prescriptive that every building looks the same, but we also want a sense of place, right? And when every building looks different, and every building is based on whatever era or company, or you can, in a lot of towns, you can drive down the street and go, that building was clearly built in the 60s, right? It just has that. If it had brick on it, might still have a 60s architectural kind of vernacular, but at least it would all tie together, right? You don't get these kind of distinctly different, disconnected architecture styles up and down the corridor as the town develops from here forward.
Yeah, we thought it is a easy lever to pull to start to create that town identity in sense place, like Administrator Kirk said.
Like a Christian Brothers, that would be an example of kind of going forward.
I mean, that's a
The
that's a good
7-Eleven, I
example.
can't remember the color of it. Would that fit?
It is a muted tone, a muted earth tone. I would argue.
Okay.
What we don't want is like a really bright brick or a really dark. But muted earth tones, I think, is the. Am I remembering that right, Aaron? Is it muted?
Yeah, I can say it. It is specifically the historic Berthoud style of muted red earth tones.
Okay.
So there's some flexibility there, and that might be a brick that has a variation of color, so long as it's predominantly muted red earth tones.
All right.
And there's always the opportunity to ask for a variance to that if a project proponent says, hey, look, I really got this architectural style I think you guys are going to love. I want you to see it. I want somebody else to approve it. They can always ask for a variance to that architectural code requirement.
Awesome.
Okay. Thank you. And then regarding just an overview of the, you say sign code changes, right? Can we go over those?
So it was only one, and it was rather minor. So it was for the monument sign specifically.
Okay.
Previously, or in our current code, monument signs are allowed at one per project entry, which kind of created some challenges. So we had an applicant apply for an additional monument sign, but it wasn't an overall subdivision project. And so that's how that code would be interpreted, is that for, say, West Side Crossing, for instance, as a total subdivision, yes, we would allow one monument sign per entry into that overall subdivision or commercial development. But then it kind of excluded, well, what if each individual business also wanted a monument sign? It created this, oops kind of moment of that was not the intent of the code. And so we just clarified that. And that was the only change.
Okay. Thank you. Trustees, any other questions?
Nope.
I have a question with the dark sky lighting. I know it sounds like we're just in conformance with the International Dark Sky Association, and then our committee's on board with it. Has there any been consideration? Like, I just love what's done in Town Park, where it's kind of muted, or it's low until you arrive, then it gets bright, versus always bright or always dim, which is majority of complaints, right? Is dark sky's too dim. Has there any been thought of in our developments to allow for this kind of, or encourage this technology where motion sensing for our streetlights?
I definitely think we can do that. I don't know if that would necessarily need to be a code requirement or a strong recommendation. Attorney Smith or Administrator Kirk, do you think that we would need to make that be a code requirement that we have the motion sensor dimmers, or?
I think it's worth exploring. One, I mean, I think, we would generally agree it's a really nice feature. The rec center does that too.
Oh.
Where it will dim, and then, so like late at night at 2 a.m, if there's not anybody moving around out there, the lights are dimmer, and then if you show up, they'll brighten. That's easier to do on a single meter in kind of a condensed location like the park or the rec center. But I think I would assume it can easily be done with streetlights in a new development. But it's something we'd want to talk to Excel and Poudre Valley REA about too, because we don't own the streetlights in new developments. They do, and so do they have that technology? Will they allow it on their streetlights? We pay the power bills, but they're responsible for the lights. Yeah, and that could be an interesting franchise agreement issue. We are working on a franchise agreement with PVREA and Excel right now.
Would it be all right with the trustees if we just looked into that?
Yeah,
I
think it's a great
I just think it gets away so many complaints of it's either too dim or me sometimes when lights are too bright. But if you can get the best of both worlds, the only time I think it comes into issue is when it's really snowy out and you do want the lights bright all the time. But other than that, I think it's a perfect.
We would be happy to look into that and bring that back to you with the next reading if there is a code change to make, or if we can't come to a conclusion by that time, we can definitely look at adding it into the franchise agreement in order to get that for streetlights. So we can look at it multiple ways.
Awesome. Trustees, is there any other questions?
I had two.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm looking at the red lines version if everyone wants to reference that. Going into that, you've got 30-6-113, which is landscape design. That would be on page 191 of 402. I just wanted to make sure that whole section was being cross-referenced against our landscape design guidelines, as well as checking with Forrester Furnace if there were any changes or anything that was notable there.
Definitely. So, Forrester Furnace, he is a referral for all land development moving forward, and he was provided an opportunity to chime in on changes as well.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to bring up, which would be page 246 of the same red lines.
And unfortunately, I don't have the red lines printed. I have the clean. So if you could reference a section number,
I can definitely reference
that will help me.
This would be 30-6-119, the environmental considerations. Let's see if that's the right page. There's a reference in here regarding environmentally sensitive areas that had the buffer zone at a minimum of 150. Are we going to upgrade that to 300?
So yes, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, we did look at going to 150, and in fact, we have a map. So what you see, what you see before you, this is South Berthoud, this is North Berthoud. So taking a look at North Berthoud, Berthoud is in blue. You take a look at the area that's the widest, that would be the 300-foot buffer, and then there's like another blue layer in there, that would be the 150-foot buffer. What we saw with this particular project, the River Trails project, you can see the 150 and the 300-foot buffer there as well from the river. What we saw in that particular situation is that developer went ahead and adopted a 300-foot buffer versus our code because there were some unique situations there. Staff evaluated what other communities do in the area. We talked with CPW. We took a look at what does that buffer remove. We felt as if sticking with 150 might be okay to do. Also, though, evaluating if, and I believe our code language still says, though, if CPW or if another referral agency is recommending a higher buffer, or if for some reason we have to do a higher buffer, that we can consider that.
Okay. I guess from my hope would be that we would operate from a 300-foot standpoint, and then we would reverse that based on financial or other economic harms to the applicant, I guess. I don't know if the board would agree with that or not.
Are you rephrasing that?
Right now, looking at the language in here, there is recourse from a financial basis, but upgrading that to 300, I think, would be helpful if we need to look at supplemental caveats of reducing that based on an applicant's economic harm in that scenario. I guess it's kind of flipping that, I would prefer it that way if we could look into that.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
If we need to strengthen that kind of variance or the ability for a variance on that, be open to that.
Can I ask a clarification question? Why is the Little Thompson corridor and the Handy Ditch corridor considered the same entity, if that makes sense. Because I would consider, kind of going on Mayor Pro Tem's comment, especially for natural riparian areas, I would consider the 300 foot to be much more important than like a handy ditch access or something like that, because of just the nature of, sorry to use the term to define stuff, but the nature of the natural corridor versus the artificial corridor.
In fairness, I think that when our GIS coordinator put the map together, I think he just included any and all waterways or water bodies he could find. The definition of environmentally sensitive areas in the code is aquifer recharge areas, significant wildlife habitat and migration corridors, unique vegetation and critical plant communities, rivers, lakes, ponds, streams, or other water bodies not including irrigation ditches and stormwater infrastructure. So irrigation ditches and stormwater infrastructure would not be considered environmentally sensitive areas, mostly because they're not natural, and while they do have some environmental component, right? I mean, they do serve as wildlife corridors in some cases. They do serve as limited habitat. They also are managed in such a way. Stormwater infrastructure and ditch infrastructure is graded and regraded. It is, burned. It has a specific purpose that is not environmental in nature, and so it is excluded from environmentally sensitive areas. So they would not be treated the same under the code, even though the map does show them that way.
So I mean, for the natural water corridors, especially the riparian ones, I'm okay with it being code as 300 feet. I'd be willing to have a conversation about the different lakes, because I understand the future development, the infrastructure may be limited by what is happening in those developments. But I think the point of, especially the Little Thompson and Dry Creek, I kind of feel like the point of buying those properties and having town develop around those properties for open space, etc. I think it sends a better message that if there's a larger setback on those, like I said, specifically riparian corridors.
Maybe if I could add to this discussion, just thinking about this, maybe that section word is it merits additional consideration on just what we have as environmentally sensitive areas, what those buffers are, whether we're operating from kind of a conservative standpoint or a more liberal standpoint on that, with what we accept or don't accept. I guess I would personally prefer operating from a conservative standpoint as a town initially. I don't think we want to be overly prescriptive, but I think this area is worthy of more discussion.
I'm a little confused by the dialogue. So would the conservative be more the 150, or I'm not sure where you were going with that?
When I say more conservative, that would be operating from a 300-foot buffer and then having an applicant come and ask for a variance request of some sort to remove that or basically state that there's financial harm there.
Can we quantify what's right or what the norm is based on state regulations, other towns? I mean, just arbitrarily throw a number out there. What's the facts behind it? Is it a feeling? Is there something that, I just would like to quantify why we would do something and make it a requirement.
So we researched the buffer in communities surrounding us after a particular land use hearing, and it is usually between 50 and 150 feet from environmentally sensitive areas. So we were at 150 feet. We were at the upper end of that. CPW does like 300 feet, but there weren't any communities around us that were to that extent. That one particular developer did go ahead and go to 300 feet in deference to CPW.
So what's the next step?
So then what's the next step? You just tell me what number you want and I'll put it in there.
Can you help us identify any possible unintended consequences of extending to 300? I mean, if you can't on the spot, that's okay. It might mean we need to revisit this.
Right. So if you that additional 150 feet, that is sometimes that is the depth of 2 residential lots. So it could be the depth of 3 residential lots, or it could be the depth of 1 residential lot and a street. That would then be taken out of a potential development area that you're removing from a land, somebody's land that they could use for development. Now, some of that area, depending on the natural flow of a floodway, depending on the topography, that already could be undevelopable. The natural floodway, floodplain of a property could already take that into consideration and be even greater than 300 feet. So it really depends on the particular property, on that depth of the floodway. No development is going to be approved in the floodway. In the floodplain, you can do development, but you'd have to go, if you are going to propose any earth moving activities, you'd have to do a conditional letter of map revision through FEMA, and then after that conditional letter, then post construction, you'd have to do a letter of map revision. You have to study the effects of upstream and downstream impacts of that earth moving activity to your adjacent property. So doing activities in the floodplain, you can engineer it. However, it's could be potentially expensive as well. So just having the additional floodplain is somewhat a prohibition of a buffer as well. So again, it's removing potential development from use. That might be what you want to do.
Is it 300 feet from the floodplain, or is it 300 feet from the water?
It's 300. Well, in this instance, it would be 300 feet from the center line of the river.
Okay.
Or in the case of a lake, it would be 300 feet from the edge of the lake.
When you can you define edge, because our water's down 200 feet right now from the high water mark.
It'd be the historical high water mark.
Okay. So a football field on each side of the center of the water is what the 300 feet would equal.
That's
2
right.
football fields.
Can you go north again? Are all of those irrigation?
Yep.
None of those are natural water.
Yep, these would be the irrigation canals. Yep.
Once again, especially for those south river corridors, because CPW has already recommended the 300 feet, I think it's important to preserve that, especially in the south, because of all of the time and energy spent trying to collect that corridor. And I think that is the purpose of that corridor is view corridor, open space, wildlife, etc. Like I said, I'm willing to compromise on the artificial and the lakes, just because of the possibility of those developments into those reservoirs. But I think it's important for those Dry Creek and Little Thompson especially to preserve that corridor, which CPW has already recommended. I think they just didn't want to step over their bounds, but I mean, if they recommended 300, and I think that's the purpose of those areas.
So one recommendation that I could make, if I may, Mayor Kersbeck and trustees, is rather than from all environmentally sensitive areas, maybe you would just like to say from the Little Thompson, and if you want to add the Dry Creek, from all environmentally sensitive areas as defined, it's 150 feet, with the exception of Little Thompson and Dry Creek, then it becomes 300 feet.
How does
I
that
would
affect
agree
the rookery? I'm sorry.
Oh, I would agree with that, Trustee Ayers.
how does that affect the rookery? That's a state problem anyway, right?
The rookery has some mandated buffers because of the heron nesting periods, and I think it's a 600-foot buffer during nesting periods. And there will never be any development on that peninsula anyway because we own it. So.
And this will also only impact developments that are new.
Mm-hmm.
So something that you haven't seen, something that's not already in process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just think that's important, especially if our ownership or control moved east or west along those two corridors. I think that would be important precedent to set because of the once again the sort of purpose of those borders.
And the code does give the board, I think it's the board, and maybe we want to be specific about this, and but in the exceptions portion of that, or excuse me, it's not in the exceptions portion, it's just above that in the code. It says the town may decrease the buffer when strict application of the subsection can be proven to impose an exceptional hardship on the property owner, and appropriate mitigation measures approved by the town can be taken. So there is still an exception process if your entire property is 300 feet.
Right.
And we've now basically said you can't develop anything. Maybe that is an unreasonable hardship that they could demonstrate and the board could approve. So there are opportunities already in the code if there needs to be an exception granted. So I think there's some good sense to, you could do that 300-foot buffer along those couple of priority corridors. Yeah.
People that already own the land are not grandfathered in, right? That we would just change it on them. So if they were going to potentially profit off that land before, we could have a negative impact on the profitability of that, right?
No, and here's why. Anybody that already has development approvals, this would not apply to.
Perfect.
So this wouldn't retroactively, eliminate approved lots, right? So if they already have an approved lot, we're not going to zero those out as a result of this code. Properties like to the east of town that are not annexed already are not bound by this code, and they don't have any right to be until they annex, at which time they agree to abide by all the provisions of the code at the time. And so they don't have to annex if they don't want to, and if they don't annex, they're not obligated to follow our rules.
Yep.
So FYI, there is no water in the rookery, just FYI.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nests there.
And so anything that
I support Albrecht's, or Russ Albrecht, that's me, Ayers. I support Ayers' idea that we only focus on the specific river corridors and not the lakes and the other ditches. I think that could provide a lot of challenges. So if we could have that provision for those 300-foot buffers in those wildlife areas, I would be in support of that.
So thank you, and back. So anything that's been, any land use application that's been approved, this will not impact it, or any land use application that's currently in review, this will not impact it. Land that's undeveloped, that doesn't have a land use application, of course it would impact them, but nothing in review.
Right, but they have no entitlement to any kind of development already.
But with a lake, you'd still go 150 or no?
I mean, these are all reservoirs.
Yeah.
So I think 150, I'm okay with that, especially since if those were to develop in the future, I mean, maybe there's some sort of water amenity that it would affect, that those 300 feet would affect. And I mean, they're storage lakes, right? They're not natural bodies of water, right?
No, but I mean, from a wildlife point of view, I don't think they give it a difference, right?
Sure. But if Colorado Open Lands comes in and complains, we can still, each application can still be argued, right? And it's up to a board and the developer to come to that compromise if we increase versus decrease, just as it is if it's 300 feet. Well, if there's a exception that needs to be made, that conversation can be had, right? So if there's an elk population or a heron population at Bacon Lake, well, we can have that conversation.
Gotcha. I like that.
And it is interesting. You may recall a few years ago. This is probably 8 or 9 now. Gosh, that seems like just yesterday. But there were some significant trees removed from the edge of a reservoir.
Yeah.
And some of which I believe were on the town's property.
Yeah.
because the reservoir, the ditch company had a right to go and cut it all down because it was within their high water mark and it was negatively impacting their storage reservoir. So you're right in that they certainly are environmental resources. They also are managed a little differently when they're ditch company storage
So
facilities.
they did have the right to do that?
Yeah.
Wow. Just as a point of reference, every house on Huron Lakes Parkway that borders up to McNeil Reservoir, their house would be within the 150-foot distance. Just FYI.
Yes, point of order. I have no further questions on that, and I agree with Trustee Ayers' compromise. So that's all I have.
So do we need a motion or we just verbally approve it?
Yep, you give staff direction. I've heard 3 changes tonight. So if you, when you're finished with your discussion this evening with its introduction, I will reiterate what I believe I've heard those 3 points of direction are for staff. And then those 3 items will be the only items that I will bring back to you with the second reading. So if you are done, I will tell you what I think I heard you say.
I did have one other question about a different item. Is that okay?
Right.
Okay. If you don't mind clarifying, when you were back in development code review, you mentioned the intent section or intent statements, and I just wanted clarification on that because I hadn't heard anything like that before in our code. So if you could just help me understand a little bit.
Sure. So those are going to be like the criteria for approval. So example 1 will be A, complement the town's historic development patterns and fit into the context of the existing and planned development on surrounding properties. Currently, that statement is said different ways in probably five different ways for final plat, preliminary plat, neighborhood master plan, change of zone, and site plan. So we're going to say it one way consistently for everything. And then there are 5 different ways that could be met. One would be street, sidewalk, trail alignment with adjoining developments and properties to ensure safe, efficient, and pleasant walking, biking, and driving. Decrease dependency on vehicles. Existing and planned parks and open spaces in the development as well as the town shall be connected by sidewalks and trails. The parks, trails, and open space master plans were utilized in the development of the project. Compact, well-defined, sustainable neighborhoods to enhance the town's characters, complements the existing neighborhood and surrounding area. So those are all parts of that whole, and we want all development to meet those standards. Now, there could be an instance where a development, let's say they're proposing a commercial development, so some of this might be not necessarily in context with a commercial subdivision. However, some of it is. So we'll have to review that in context with what the application is. Or it could be a very tiny 10,000 square foot commercial project. Will have to be reviewed in context. So there's some subjectivity in this. However, all of those, what I just read, were already in the criteria for approval in everything. It's just now that we're bringing it all together, and every development proposal now will have to meet that in some form. Again, in context with what we're reviewing.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. And if you all go home and tomorrow you're reviewing this and you think, oh, I've got a question, don't save it until the next time. Just go ahead and give me a call.
I have a question on my own recommendation.
Oh, yes.
The 300-foot / 100-foot buffer, that doesn't preclude trails and park amenities, right? That's just development.
I will make sure that it says development. And also know, though, that CPW does not necessarily want trails in the floodplain or anywhere near riparian areas. They might want to have little peek-ins that they would provide, but they really want to keep people out of those areas.
Great. Anything else, trustees?
Mayor Karsbeck, if I'm... this isn't necessarily relevant to this discussion, but it is included in the development code, and I think it's relevant to other discussions. And maybe I shouldn't bring it up.
That's a good sign. Bring it up. Go for it.
Only in that some of this was discussed tonight. Since we're talking about the development code, this may be something you want to consider. The applicability of the code, and it's specifically its relationship to the comprehensive plan, is outlined in the development code. Excuse me, and has been for many years, long time. And it specifically says in the code the relationship to the comprehensive plan that is the intention of the town of Berthoud. The code implements the planning policies adopted in the comprehensive plan. And skipping ahead a little bit, it also says it is the intent of the town of Berthoud that neither this code nor any amendment to it may be challenged on the basis of alleged nonconformity with the comprehensive plan. Specifically because the comprehensive plan is not a legislative document, but is intended to be visionary and is intended to change. So, only because it's relevant to some of the comments that you heard earlier tonight, it is part of the development code. I just wanted to stress that the comprehensive plan does not invalidate the code, and it does not dictate land use decisions. And it specifically says in this code that that even an amendment to the code should not be challenged on the basis of alleged nonconformity with the comprehensive plan. Again, the comprehensive plan is a guiding document for you. The code is the actual controlling document. So, for what it's worth, I know there's a lot of discussion about the comprehensive plan says, but the comprehensive plan is not the controlling document for how you make land use decisions, at least as the code is currently written. It is a visionary document. The code is the legislative document that implements the comprehensive plan. If there are things, if development is occurring, you've heard me say this before, if development is occurring in a way that we don't want to see happen, the appropriate way to handle that typically is to change the code, not to impose individual issues on individual projects. It is to review the code in its entirety, at least as it relates to those issues, and make corrections as we move forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah. How does that relate in here?
Only in that it is part of the development code, and as I was scrolling through this as we were talking, it occurred to me that was one of the comments that was made tonight by the public comment. Hey, comprehensive plan says, and I just wanted to reiterate as we're talking about the development code now, the comprehensive plan is not the controlling document for how you make land use decisions. It is a guideline. This is the rule. What you're reviewing tonight.
Thank you.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you. And to wrap that up, what staff has listened over the past, 14 to 18 months, what you all have deliberated with in making decisions, what your concerns and comments have been. We've done a lot of work sessions since last October with you all, with Planning Commission. We've worked with the development community, with the building community. We've reviewed that comprehensive plan. Again, that's a vision. It is not a legislative, law-abiding document. It is an award-winning document, and we want to be respectful of the time that you all and the citizens of Berthoud put into that document. And we want to make sure that those guiding principles come into the regulatory arm for guiding development in the town of Berthoud. So you had an amazing land use code. There's really good information in this code. It honestly just needed to be reorganized, strengthened, scrubbed, and clarified. And Planning Commission feels as if what staff has done does that. We feel as if what has been done really does that well and reflects the vision of that comp plan and clarifies the intent really well. We've heard aesthetics, we've heard standards, we've heard meet the development community, and yet we want good things to happen for Berthoud, and we strongly feel with this revision that making some minor modifications, it really truly is doing that. So I want to thank Aaron and Ton and Aaron everybody for the amount of time that they've put in, and especially Administrator Kirk, talking about, little bits and pieces through the way. Hey, we've got this idea. What do you think? And it truly has been a great labor, and we're happy to bring this to you. So 3 things I've heard: lighting and streets. We'll see if we can do it. And if not, we'll figure out how we can maybe do it in the franchise agreement if we can do it there. And if not, we'll just bring that little bit back to you next year. Administrative plat with public. I've got some notes taken. We'll make those changes. And then the buffer language. So those 3 things I've heard tonight. Have I missed anything?
Only to clarify that, if we could already do it in parking lots in town, maybe it doesn't have to be municipal streetlights all the time.
Okay.
I would love it to be municipal streetlights. That might be a franchise agreement, but I don't want Excel to say, well, no, that needs to be a franchise agreement. We could push back and say, well, we're already doing this, right?
Okay, so you're talking, you'd just like to see wherever possible to do it. Okay.
Could we poll Chief to see if there's any areas that you would recommend
Yeah,
that kind of lighting?
Maybe he could be part of that conversation. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I was not paying attention to the
No, it's all right.
It's so riveting.
It kind of throwing you on the spot. It might be something you want to have a conversation after this, but I'm a fan of this kind of adjustable lighting that's motion activated, like at Town Park and at Rec Center, where it's dim until you come up on it. It's bright. It seems to solve 2 different issues. But Trustee Ayers is a good point that law enforcement is kind of primary here. You see that as anywhere a problem right now, on top of your head. You just want it bright all the time, or
not specifically a problem, but anytime that there's more light, it tends to reduce crime levels there because the chance of being observed. One of our deputies has recently attended a class on design features that help with security-based stuff and law enforcement concerns. So I could have him get in contact with the planning staff and give any suggestions if possible to help out with that and go from there. Since he has the expertise. So.
I think it's great.
I'll get you his contact.
Thank you. All right, so we'll look at that. We'll bring something back, and if time doesn't permit us to fully investigate, we will bring it back to you and just keep going with our dark sky initiative.
If I could just make one comment. Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to say that I don't take for granted the amount of time staff has put into scrubbing and aligning our code with the comp plan. Thank you so much for doing that. I think, all the hard laborious work now is going to pay off for you guys in the long run. Hopefully that what applications you receive are going to be more high quality, and you guys will have less review processes because of that quality. And so I think overall you're saving staff time and energy and being able to apply it in other places. So I see the long-term benefits, and I really thank you for how much above and beyond the call of duty has been happening here. So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
An initial comment on that. I don't know if I could top those, but I recognize the Herculean effort that you guys have put in on this, and this is one of the issues that really drove me into service to the town 7 years ago. And seeing this document where it's at, seeing the development code, seeing the design guidelines, seeing the Mountain Avenue corridor, not only reflect everything I could ask for or want to protect the character of this town, along with the visuals and especially the board input, the citizen input that we've had, especially recently, the appreciation of the historical character and trying to find that unifying element. I think you guys have done an amazing job on this. It's going to be hard to improve on this, but I think you guys have hit it out of the park. So I'm happy to be a part of this. I'm happy for everyone that's invested their time in this for years now. I think we're at a really phenomenal spot. So, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Does anyone in the public wish to speak to this? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. We'll be coming back before us again. Okay, moving on to our final agenda item tonight, and that is a consideration of the Mayor Pro Tem position. This is brought up by Trustee Albrecht, Trustee Brody, Trustee Hardy agreed, just off of their emails. Last time this was up on the agenda, it was decided to table it at several trustees' requests because Mayor Pro Tem was not present. Didn't feel that was fair. I'll turn it over to Trustee Wing since you did bring this up.
Yeah, I think a good place to start would be, and I think Trustee Brody asked if the letter could be read that he sent. If we could start with that, because I think that's.
Do you have that? Because I don't.
Sure.
I told it. Yeah, I said he's a trustee and he could send something. I can read that for him.
Thank you.
Would you? This is from Trustee Mark Brody. Good evening. Fortunately, I'm unable to attend the Board of Trustees meeting again in this evening due to required and necessary work travel, and I am sorry for that. I would like the board and the public to know my position for the matter regarding Mayor Pro Tem Murphy's actions regarding Administrator Kirk's performance. I'm requesting that Mayor Karspeck or Trustee Wing be allowed to read this during the discussion. I thought you were, but I'm happy to do it. I understand that if this matter comes to vote, I will not have the opportunity to cast mine due to my absence. Let me begin with the fact that I have no doubt that Mayor Pro Tem Murphy has a huge heart for serving the community and has poured out his time and effort into this service as both a member of the Board of Trustees and as Mayor Pro Tem. My limited personal interactions with him have made that apparent. That is not the issue at hand. Rather, the way he conducted his interactions with Administrator Kirk was done without the rest of the board having any knowledge. It was not transparent, fair, or just. This should have been discussed in an open meeting for transparency to all, including our citizens, where we would have had the opportunity to discuss and debate Administrator Kirk's performance. Let me just highlight that's illegal. If any board member other than Mayor Pro Tem Murphy had concerns, Administrator Kirk is a professional at his craft and should be treated as such. We owe him that. Myself, as an executive in the private sector, have been required to evaluate, discipline, and terminate employees. There is right and a wrong way to do so. I have only seen the written version of Mayor Pro Tem Murphy's evaluation and the respective demands that were made to Administrator Kirk, in which I find the tone of the demands to be aggressive and demanding in nature. I am disappointed that we are even having to discuss and debate this topic. We are fortunate to have a town administrator that is an absolute rock star at his job with a heart for our community, and we should count ourselves lucky to have him. He has done an amazing job transforming our town that was previously rudderless in direction and administration. To be honest, our town has a true qualified leader in Administrator Kirk who has a bold vision for our future that will create both economic and quality of life prosperity for all citizens, which serves the needs of the greater good. That is not an easy task to accomplish. It goes without saying that everyone has room for improvement, no matter what position they hold. Managing and leading the growth and development of a town is a complex job, far more complex than the majority of us citizens realize or understand. I am saddened thinking about how Administrator Kirk must have felt when receiving both the written and oral feedback from Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. That was unjust and out of line. I encourage Mayor Pro Tem Murphy to apologize to Administrator Kirk and the Board of Trustees for not only the way he delivered his personal evaluative comments, feedback, and demands, but also for going outside of the formal evaluation process. We all have ideas on how we can better support our citizens, and I'm sure Administrator Kirk welcomes our input in supporting him and the staff in a positive and constructive manner. As a board, we were elected or appointed to provide guidance and oversight. I feel Mayor Pro Tem Murphy made an error in judgment, and I now question his ability to serve as an effective Mayor Pro Tem. Again, in my opinion, I believe the best thing for all, including our citizens, is for Mayor Pro Tem Murphy to apologize to Administrator Kirk and his fellow board members, step down as Mayor Pro Tem, and remain on the board as a trustee. We need to put this behind us so we can move on to the business of building a brighter future for Berthoud. Our citizens deserve the Board of Trustees who are united and on point in delivering for our future while doing our best to effectively navigate issues. If Mayor Pro Tem Murphy chooses to step down, or if the board members present this evening choose to strip Sean of his position as Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to publicly voice my support for Trustee Albrecht to fill the role of Mayor Pro Tem going forward. Okay, that was the end of Trustee Brody's comments. He brings up a good point here. This is a two-part discussion. One, if the board feels guided to remove Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, that will be a vote of us present tonight. And two, if that is the case, then clerk, would we have that vote for a secondary Mayor Pro Tem tonight, or would you hold out that to the next meeting?
I think I might defer to Attorney Smith to answer that question.
Yeah, I think the best thing would be to defer that to the next meeting
Okay.
and add it as an agenda item.
Okay, and I did say that part of this, I mean, if we did this in public, Administrator Kirk, these are typically done in private, like, so it's not illegal to do in public, but it's certainly employee preference that I'm just bringing this up, Administrator Kirk, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I just think in general, any staff member.
sure.
Okay.
I would always love to talk about this in private.
Yes. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So, yeah, understood.
Okay. So that was Trustee Brody's comments. Trustee Hardy did not add anything. Trustee Wing, is there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah,
We can go down the
just
line.
a couple things, really. In the Code of Conduct, it states that the Code of Conduct is meant to be self-enforcing. And that's why I felt compelled to comment at the last board meeting because of the appearance of impropriety. I do want to state for the record, though, I did reach out to Mayor Pro Tem and I wanted to have really it not on the agenda and have a discussion. And I did not receive any communication back. In addition to that, for this meeting tonight, I did the same thing again. I tried to take the high road and reach out and say, I think it would behoove us if we had a conversation feeling we could take it off the agenda tonight. I received no communication back. So based on that, I would say that I do support Trustee Brody's email and letter. And I believe there were emails that supported a vote from the majority of the trustees.
Trustee Ayers? Go down the line.
Yeah, so I agree and disagree with the comments. First of all, Mayor Pro Tem has been very active in his support of the town, very active in his initiatives for the town and on behalf of the citizens. And I'm very thankful for that. However, I do agree that he was out of line. It was a private meeting that overstepped his role, both as a trustee and Mayor Pro Tem. But I think that it was a mistake. And one of my favorite lines from a book I've read said that a mistake only becomes an error when it's not corrected. And it's my opinion that to correct the mistake, I agree that an apology should be made to Administrator Kirk. But we all make mistakes. We've all made mistakes up here. We've all made mistakes in our daily lives. We've made mistakes as liaisons, etc. And I think that a public apology and a public censor of the behavior is a way to address this without removal from position, unless the mistake is not correct.
Trustee Albrecht?
I definitely agree with the sentiments of my fellow board members, and I also greatly respect everyone who's brought this up with honor to Mr. Murphy. I think there is value for your role on this board, and that is not in question. And so I just want to clarify that your contribution is not in question. I think the actions really do threaten the operations of our town. And I have to take it very seriously because I had the fortunate or unfortunate experience of working in a neighboring community where the majority of leadership staff had experienced something similar and they left the job, and it definitely was a detriment to the entire community. And so a lapse in ability to serve this community if we were to lose key staff members because of an issue ongoing like this would not be us doing our duty. And so I do hope an apology will be issued. And while I appreciate Mark Brody's recommendation, I just want you to know that I hope whomever, I think anyone on this board would be worthy of that role, but I do hope that going forward that role will be a representative of the board and the voices of the board and the respect of each member above themselves, as well as a person who puts staff and their jobs above our role as well, and find ways to supplement, honor, and support them growing and increasing. And when we face disciplinary issues, that we do it in a way that it ought to be private. It should not be public unless there's a serious impediment. But when we deal with those privately as a group, we will have a better consensus on how to approach that. And so I think whoever fills that role going forward, I really truly hope that's how it's handled.
Because typically I would go last, but let me.
I'd prefer to go last.
Okay, go ahead.
Unless you have something to say.
Well, I don't. You let me go because I just feel like
Okay.
it's fair that we go in a row.
Sure.
And then you have a chance to kind of answer all questions, comments. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. I guess my opinion hasn't really changed from last time. I certainly I feel involved in this. I was in that meeting, so I think there's 3 witnesses in that meeting, and I respect utmost Administrator Kirk and Mayor Pro Tem. I think I took it a little far, and I said that in kind of the follow-up email that there's steps I could have taken there that may have reined things in. I certainly had questions that I felt Chris did address, Administrator Kirk addressed, and made me feel better. And I walked away with that learning. I'd like to meet more with Administrator Kirk, having Mayor Pro Tem with me, maybe getting breakfast once a week or every other week. And that might have gotten rid of some of these things that were kind of long-standing, but could have been addressed if we just had conversations. So I think for my involvement, Administrator Kirk, I said this over the phone with you, but I want to say it publicly. I apologize. I don't want you to feel, I hope that wouldn't cause you to go. I have to say in that meeting, I didn't take that way. I walked away kind of feeling good that happened, that we had that conversation. And I'll say I didn't support Mayor Pro Tem's letter following out, but he did remove. He asked me, to look at it, and I said I didn't support that, so I appreciated that. And then he removed my name from it. And the ones that I think we all agreed on were there's 2 emails, one going to Chris and one going to the board. I think the board ones, we all said in our replies that those seem to be common sense things we could look over. So I just want to point out that meeting was full of some fruitful stuff there. We just needed to separate the 2. So that's all I had to add. I actually really appreciate Trustee Ayers' points of, one time's an error, twice is kind of a habit or something that needs to be more addressed. We've never had a process like this before, and I'm sure things have gotten as sketchy or more sketchy in the last 120 years of our existence. So to this, I think this is just new territory for anyone. I'll finish with that.
All right. Do have a statement.
Yeah, absolutely.
1.5 years ago, I was unanimously chosen by this board as Mayor Pro Tem. I'm truly honored to have served the town for 7 years in a professional manner. I've decided to speak tonight. I want to thank the board for giving me the space to share my story finally. We'll also address the accusations made against me at the October 14th town board meeting. First, my concerns and the concerns of the citizens of Berthoud have been on my mind lately. So much so that I felt it was my professional duty to share these concerns with Administrator Kirk swiftly. I believe continuous feedback is incredibly important to the success of any employee. In an effort not to bypass Mayor Karspek's authority, I first reached out to Mayor Karspek. He shared similar concerns, and he set up a meeting with me, Chris, and him on October 1st, 2025. From my perspective, the meeting between the 3 of us was very professional. All 3 of us admitted there was room for improvement, and we said that we looked forward to further discussions during the administrative review in November. Mayor Karspek and I also stated that we would send a follow-up email to Administrator Kirk's for his consideration. I concluded the meeting by telling Chris that this discussion did not take away from the fact that I thought he was a phenomenal administrator and that I highly respected him. My whole intent of this meeting was to address my concerns with Administrator Kirk in a private and professional manner, and to provide him an opportunity to consider my concerns ahead of his review. My language was hurtful in any way, shape, or form. I'm truly sorry. After the meeting, Mayor Karspek and I spent the following days going back and forth through several draft emails to Administrator Kirk. On October 5th, Mayor Karspek stated that he wasn't comfortable with the entirety of the emails, but he understood my desire to send them. I respected Mayor Karspek's decision and removed his name from the emails. I've kept Mayor Karspek informed of every action leading up to both emails, even if we disagreed on the final content. Board members regularly meet with our administrator and each other. Rarely do they share their content or their requests in their discussions. I chose to share. I sent 2 emails on October 5th, one to Administrator Kirk with Will copied, and one to the board. Regarding the email to Administrator Kirk, my intent was to professionally, privately, and respectfully register my concerns with Chris. I encouraged him to consider my thoughts on the concerns that we had discussed. I welcomed his ability to retain or share that emailed letter as he so desired, and remain thankful for his professionalism and his maturity in considering my concerns. I welcome its inclusion to the public record if needed. Regarding the email to the board, I felt it would be unprofessional to share my concerns on administrative performance with the board at that time. I sent a shorter note with possible improvements. My only desire was to be constructive in moving forward and to be respectful to Chris. I welcome the inclusion of this email in the public record as well, if needed. Following the emails I sent on October 5th, 2025, many of my fellow trustees strongly disagreed with the tone and the manner in which I had brought my concerns forward. Not a single trustee approached me prior to this item being added to the agenda, as I had requested to address any issues they might have had with my emails, my concerns, or actions. Instead, several seemed to jump at a snap decision on my actions, intent, and character in front of my peers. It was incredibly hurtful. Next, I would like to discuss the accusations made against me at the October 14th Town Board meeting. Prior to the meeting, I abstained from commenting on this agenda item, set for October 14th, and I notified the board that I would be out of town for that meeting. While on vacation, I received an email from the Berthoud Weekly Surveyor asking questions on what had transpired at the October 14th meeting. I reviewed the video, and I first want to thank 2 of my fellow trustees at the meeting. I greatly appreciated the professionalism exhibited by Trustee Ayers in urging the board to withhold judgment until I was present and able to share my story. I also greatly appreciated the professionalism exhibited by Mayor Karspek in handling the matter, speaking to the quality of my character, and denying the unsubstantiated accusation of physical aggression at the October 1st meeting by an unnamed witness. Next, I would like to again express how appalled I was by the accusations by Trustee Wing, leveled at me in my absence. My 38 years on this planet, this is the first time my honor has been called into question publicly. So I hope you will all bear with me as I address Trustee Wing's allegations. This first accusation regarding my concerns with Administrator Kirk and staff assumed many things about my intent and my opinions on their performance. I did not speak or write these things. This is one side of a conversation I meant exclusively for Administrator Kirk as a follow-up. And the intent was not to accuse him or staff of anything, nor was it to dive into the evidence for each concern, only to share my perspective. Again, I felt it would be unprofessional to discuss the concerns in front of the board at that time, out of respect for Chris. Administrator Kirk has the right to accept or disregard my expressed concerns. The second accusation was that I directed Administrator Kirk to discipline a staff member. I made no such direction. I witnessed, along with several citizens, an incident with one of our staff members speaking to a committee member in what we thought was a disrespectful fashion. I notified Administrator Kirk via email of the incident and stated that I hoped the incident would be addressed quickly. Administrator Kirk acknowledged that he would review it. I thanked him. His third accusation was regarding physical aggression with Administrator Kirk and supposed pounding on a table based on an unknown eyewitness. This claim is utterly false. Mayor Karspeck, in his comments on October 14th, stated that he didn't recall any physical aggression at the October 1st meeting, and I deny it completely. I'm not ashamed of my actions. I'm not ashamed of being transparent or exercising my free speech in a professional manner. My family has been through a lot this month. I've sought legal counsel. I've had friends and acquaintances second-guess my character. I hope the people of Berthoud are watching what happens here today. I would encourage folks to ask the following questions. Why is this happening? Why now? And what is the motivation? I was chosen by the people of Berthoud to stand for what is right. Sometimes I have fallen short of those expectations, but I do not believe this is one of those occasions. I don't believe any of us deserve to sit in these chairs if we are afraid to raise our concerns of the people, the staff, and peers. I will always encourage an open and honest and professional dialogue, especially when things are seen from a different perspective. I think it's clear from my past actions and statements that I want nothing but the best for our staff, and I fully support them in every way I can. And if that comes off in a way that is wrong, I apologize for that. But going forward, the functionality, transparency, and accountability of this government is what we should be focused on. The will of the people is what we should be focused on. Let's get back to the people's business. Let's get back to addressing people's concerns. My wish is to move forward in a positive and constructive direction with my fellow trustees. But before that, I believe these three questions need an answer. First of all, why was my good name dragged through the mud in my absence? Who is the eyewitness to Trustee Wing's accusations? And what did they specifically say? I believe I deserve these answers. I believe the public deserves these answers. Trustee Wing, would you explain yourself?
Are you done?
I am done.
Okay, sure. Nice job. Very nice letter, and thank you for the apology. I could use a little guidance here. I can go through each and every item and call out specifically what was meant.
I would like my questions answered.
Well, that
You
would-
have made multiple accusations against my character and
Okay.
my honor.
You sure?
Please answer these questions.
I understand.
Excuse me, Mayor
Fine.
Carson.
Very good. I get it. Trustee Wing, can you proceed?
Sure.
Thank you.
So the my comment. Okay. So in an email dated October 5th from the Mayor Pro Tem to Administrator Kurt under the heading of Performance of Administrator Kurt, Mayor Pro Tem implies and questions Administrator Kirk's integrity, ability to be trusted, the professionalism of his staff, taking his job seriously, poor performance in accomplishing tasks, being misaligned with the board and the public directives, making assumptions instead of asking questions, and doesn't vet legal documents prior to the board meetings. Those were all stated. So the comments were the bullet points in the email that was not copied initially to the trustees, but was sent directly to Administrator Kirk. I expect the administrator to never present highly speculative numbers, data, or information. He's questioning Administrator Kirk's integrity, implying he presents speculative information. I expect the administrator to executing a project or promise or above expectations in all ways essential in maintaining trust by all parties.
May I make a comment?
No, let me finish, please. He's implying that Administrator Kirk does not maintain trust by not executing a project. He says, I expect the administrator to evaluate communications and subordinate staff on how they interact with town committee members, ensuring that the volunteers feel appreciated and that their advisory directions are heard and considered. He's referring to a situation that happened at Port Committee, implying that town staff was not professional. I expect the administrator to take the strategic plan seriously by executing on items throughout the period, opposed to letting deadlines pass and forcing them at the last minute. He's implying that Administrator Kirk does not take his job seriously and poor performance on accomplishing goals. I expect the administrator to recognize personal bias in the setting of and advocacy for certain priorities and are misaligned with the board's directives, committee directives, and public priorities found in the survey data and public comment. He's implying that Administrator Kirk is misaligned with the board and the public. I expect the administrator to ask questions of the board committees and the public as opposed to making assumptions. He's implying that Administrator Kirk makes assumptions instead of asking questions. I expect the administrator to reevaluate internally how legal documents are vetted prior to being placed before the public. This would imply that both Administrator Kirk and Attorney Smith are not vetting legal documents properly. My hope is that we can move forward in a thoughtful fashion through transparent action, implying that Administrator Kirk is not thoughtful or transparent. Those are my concerns when I read it. When I read the original one, the first one that you were copied on, I even said, okay, a little bit of tone there, as Mayor had stated in his email that he had originally concerns of the tone. Then when I read the second one that we weren't copied on, the tone there, the accusations, I think were just too much, and that's why I brought it up to the group. On the position of the physical aggressiveness, if that's the terminology, there's something in the business world, right, and it's certainly just spoken in the HR circles about intent versus impact. I have no doubt that your intent as you did this was not malicious. However, your intent is irrelevant. The impact that you have on individuals is what matters. The impact you had when you were pounding your finger on his desk was one of physical aggression. I wasn't there. You obviously know who the party was, because it wasn't you.
I would like you to tell me.
So at this point, I guess, well, the party is Administrator Kirk.
Administrator Kirk, would you like to speak to the veracity of these comments?
I don't want to assign intent. What I described to Trustee Wing as he was asking me about our interaction was just a period of that conversation where you were poking your finger into the table. I didn't intend to insinuate that you were, physically aggressive towards me. I understand Trustee Wing's interpretation of that, and I certainly felt that was a difficult conversation for me all around. I don't think that was a shock to you. I shared that with you and the mayor at the time. But that's what I described during a portion of that conversation. So
You might as well ask them about the next one.
If I may, I think Administrator Kirk is being polite. I think staff felt attacked, not only in that meeting, but then as a follow-up in the documents that were sent. And I think that when that happens, that trickles down to the rest of staff. It felt like an attack. And if I appreciate your comments, Sean, but I do think what I took away from your apology is that you apologized for how it made Administrator Kirk feel, but you didn't apologize for what transpired. Neither the words nor the actions. And that is extremely concerning to me, because these are people who work very hard for this community. It's not about us. It's not about our ego or even our good name. That's not why we're here. We're here to represent the community. And if our staff cannot perform and do their jobs because we're interfering, because our ego is at play, then we're preventing them from doing their jobs, and we're going to harm the citizens of this community. And so I'm a little frustrated by the concerns you have about your character and integrity being dragged through the mud. Just sitting on this board, I've had my character questioned a million times to an amazing amount of people just for having a difference of opinion from people. That's just been part of my role on this board, and I've had to determine myself to stay in a position because it didn't matter what happened to me, it mattered what happened to my community. And so right now I think we need to be considering what's going to happen to the community if we move forward. Unfortunately, I think some of the statements were not completely fair or true. The port committee that you had the issue with, a staff member, happened to be involving your own spouse. And I can completely understand if that were, me in my situation, I would feel protective as well of my spouse. But we cannot correct staff members when they address our spouse and then correct our town administrator when we don't like how it's handled. And I reviewed that meeting because I wanted to be sure and know what happened. And I didn't see any unethical behavior from our staff. And I'm looking for that because I wanted to know if it was true or fair. And I personally did not see that. And so I have concerns about the honesty of those comments. I do believe that we all have the right to access Chris and provide suggestions or ask questions or bring up concerns, which I've done with him many times. But the goal for that always for me is for me to learn more and to find ways to build that bridge, not to tear it down. I do think it's important that no directives are given in those meetings because that does subvert the authority of this board. And this board is to represent the entire public. And so even the mayor and the pro tem do not have additional authority compared to the rest of the board. We all have the same operating authority. The mayor just runs the meetings and you run the meetings in his stead. But other than that, we have to operate in unison when it comes to dealing with matters regarding Administrator Kirk, and that has not happened, and I'm concerned that may not stop at this point.
If somebody treated you like that, or the mayor like that, or trustees Ayers, I would have stood up for them just the same. So it wasn't anything about you. It was about the facts. It was about what happened. It was about the code of conduct and the many things there that, based on these things, were subjectively in violation of the code of conduct. So, again, if it was the mayor doing that, if it was me doing that, I would expect somebody to call me on the carpet immediately for the same thing. So, all I was doing was playing my role in us policing ourselves and trying to state the facts as I saw them, essentially repeating your email.
There's a big difference between essentially repeating my email versus reading it verbatim. My intent, and if this motion goes forward, I fully believe that this email should be released, all of the emails, and I will make a motion to that effect because I am interested in transparency on this, that the public can see what actually has transpired. I have nothing to hide behind here. Now, I think what we have here is a fundamental disagreement on how to actually professionally handle your concerns with a peer. For me, at least from my understanding and my intent all along, has been to respectfully deal with these things with Administrator Kirk in a discreet fashion. The whole reason for 2 emails was to handle this in a discreet fashion because it was not my interest to bring my issues in front of his peers in any way, shape, or form. I struggle to understand how handling the issues with a fellow trustee in a public venue where it gets reported in the newspaper, where hearsay and rumor is allowed to go forth and defame my character in this situation.
I agree with you 100%. That's why I sent you an email saying we should talk. I did
After
not want
this
it.
was
No,
made
no,
an
no,
agenda
no.
item.
I'll give you
Yes,
copies of the emails I
I
sent
will-
to you. I have the copies of the emails I sent to you. I wanted to have it one-on-one. I didn't. You think this is good for any of us? I didn't want that. And then I did it before this meeting, so we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. Again, you received both emails. I don't know every law and every nuance, but this would be my last course of action. I would much rather have loved to have spoke with you one-on-one and not had these things come up on the two agendas. Categorically.
You'd like to respond to that?
Yes, I would like to respond to that in a minute. My statement was accurate. Let's see here. I sent the emails on 10/5/2025. And this was made an agenda item, if I'm correct, on 10/6 or 10/7. You certainly raised this as an agenda item immediately after.
I would have pulled it. All you had to do was
You
talk to
can
me.
still-
All you had to do was talk to me. It would have been pulled.
You didn't.
I didn't know how to proceed. The rules in the code of conduct say we are to self-police ourselves. That's all I was doing here. I was just restating your facts. Not only that, the majority of the trustees read that and they agreed 100% that we should have a vote on it. So it wasn't Brett, it wasn't me, it was the majority of the trustees. They all sent emails supporting what I said.
If I might clarify, I do think the intention was to address it in email. There's no concerns about you as a person or your value to this board. Those were not the concerns, and in fact, those were echoed in the emails that were shared. And so I think that's where we wanted the issue to halt and be addressed because it was very serious in nature. And it was not until Attorney Smith engaged us and reminded us that we cannot have that discussion in private forum like that. And that it had to be brought to the public meeting. And that is the only reason that any of us would entertain that, to be honest. That's not the goal or intent. I truly want us to be able to move forward. I think we just have to, at this point, protect staff, but your contribution is critical and important. And so are all the other members of this board. And most critical is the contribution of staff, because they are going to outlast us and outlive us and do many amazing works in this community, and they've invested their life and career into this. And so it's important to me to protect that right now, perhaps more than our positions. But ultimately, I want to recognize the value that has been offered and that is there. This is an incident that I think might be replicated if we don't take some type of action. I think a member of the community mentioned earlier, what recourse is there for breaking code of conduct? Well, there isn't one, but perhaps a changing of positions might help kind of self-rectify any concerns in what that rule should be. And we can make sure that the board is working together moving forward and that we're putting this behind us. That would be my goal and intent. And I don't think Trustee Wing intended to throw you under any bus or to go to the reporter here or the surveyor. Gosh, I'm getting tired tonight. Everything's synonymous. So if you could just understand that there was no intention to have any public issue aired or to discredit you in any way, but I do think this has to be addressed urgently, and we have to move forward in some way.
If you'd like to respond to that, and then
I fully wish to move forward on this. To say that this did not need to be addressed in a public forum, I fully agree. I feel like this is the most unprofessional way to deal with an issue with me. which is why in all my emails, or at least this email, usually my response is, if you have any issues with me, please come talk to me. Please come talk to me. That is not what happened following the emails that me and Mayor Karsbeck worked on following the meeting that he set up. What happened was a very snap judgment by my fellow trustees about my character and intent. And it was handled via email. It was handled without contacting me. I question the professionalism of that. I question the professionalism of handling this entire situation in front of the public. This is not what I see as professional. My entire intent the whole time was to respect Administrator Kirk in these hard conversations, which I think are utterly essential to our duties, that they should not be done once a year, that they are something that we should continually give feedback on, to withhold all year long any issues or comments, good or bad, as I have said. Praise and criticism, constructive criticism, are just as essential to any employee. Would be a mistake. And from my perspective, I felt in my heart that these things needed to be addressed on behalf of the citizens. I don't expect my fellow trustees to necessarily agree with that. I don't expect the administrator or my fellow trustees to necessarily agree with everything I have done. I only wish to note that ill intent was not what this was about at all. I really hope that folks can show some grace here, which I don't feel I have been afforded, and which I hope to continue to afford our staff, which I have not intended on releasing these emails or my personal grievances or concerns at all with any of them or in front of the public. I feel that is utterly unprofessional. But if a motion moves forward in the interest of notifying the public and in transparency on this issue, I would like to make a follow-on motion to add all of these emails to the public record. And I will specify which, if that's possible, Attorney Smith and Clerk Samora, to have those added to the public agenda.
I do have one question.
Yes.
Why weren't these concerns brought up during the review period as standard procedure?
Could you say that again, please?
Why weren't these concerns that were leveled against Administrator Kirk brought up during the review period with the group meeting?
At the meeting with Mayor Karsbeck, we had multiple topics to discuss. From my perspective, I felt the need to share them to give, because they were so concerning to me and to citizens I have talked to. I felt it was critical, even though we were having an administrative review, and I suppose a month from now, which Mayor Karsbeck gracefully lined up for us. I felt it was critical to give that feedback, to give him even a month's opportunity to consider those things and to either make those changes or not. But I felt providing some sort of feedback, even in a situation where it may come off as harsh, I think that kind of honesty is appreciated rather than sugarcoating my perception of things. I was very happy to leave it where I left it with the emails. I felt, as I believe Mayor Karsbeck felt, that it was much more important to address these issues in the administrative review, and I was very happy to wait on that, we had a discussion about having additional meetings to kind of talk through our issues more often. It's been regular for me to have meetings with Administrator Kirk and my fellow trustees. Most of those discussions are talking about the praise and the appreciation I have for the work. I had a meeting earlier in September with Administrator Kirk, where it largely revolved around me asking him to share his opinion more often and to recognize his leadership role in this community as a speaker for the staff, as a speaker for this community, that I encouraged him to speak more, not less, about his perception on things just because of the gravity of his words. So for me, giving that constant feedback and not withholding that is critical in any job situation. And again, I apologize if it came off as too harsh. That was never my intent. It was to be honest in the most correct way I could think of. If it came off wrong, again, I apologize for that.
Mayor Karsbeck, if I may.
Yes.
First, I appreciate that, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, and for what it's worth, when I responded to Mayor Pro Tem Murphy's email and copied the board, my intent was just to share the conversation with the group. I think that's appropriate. As you all know, I work for you collectively as 7 trustees as a board, not for any one of you individually, and so I thought it was appropriate to make sure that we were all on the same page. I think that's what my email said, and I look forward to talking about the concerns that Mayor Pro Tem Murphy expressed during my evaluation period with the board as a group. I think that's appropriate, and I understand some of the things that he brought up. So I am grateful for the apology that he offered, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, and appreciate that was not your intent. I'm also grateful to all the trustees and that wanted to step up and support me and staff, and felt the need to come to my defense. That is meaningful to me, deeply meaningful. So I appreciate that. For what it's worth, I think this board has been a fantastic board to work with. I think you guys have to make a decision about. I don't get a vote on Mayor Pro Tem, whether or not, and none of my opinion on that is relevant. I'd love to talk one-on-one more with Mayor Pro Tem Murphy about the way that I perceived that meeting and the follow-up email. And I've largely tried to stay out of it intentionally because once it becomes kind of a board issue, it's awkward for me to get involved, other than to try to answer questions for you guys about, the situation as a whole. I would love to talk with you more one-on-one about my perception of that meeting and how I felt after that. And would love to do that not in this meeting for what that's worth. So, I think this board has been a very good board to work for. I think I've told some of you this, and I've told many people publicly and even privately that this is the best board I've worked for in the almost 8 years I've been here, just in terms of your ability to make tough decisions, to compromise, to work together. I hope that whatever decision you guys make tonight doesn't impact that ability moving forward. I think we all owe that to each other and to this town for what that's worth. And I know that all of you will do that because I believe that you all are people of good character and you're on this board because you want to do what's right for the town. So I just wanted to say thank you for offering an apology and I totally accept that was not your intent. And like I said, I'd love to chat with you one-on-one about kind of how I felt and why I may have perceived things the way I did. But again, my intent in sharing that with the board from the beginning was not to create controversy, but just to make sure that we're all on the same page about what it is we're doing, so that we can all get better, myself included. I readily accept I am not perfect, and I do make mistakes, and I do want you all to share your thoughts and ideas with me, and you could do that one-on-one in a lot of ways. That's perfectly appropriate. If it starts to feel like direction, I'm going to share that with the rest of the board because I think that's also appropriate. And so again, thank you for your apology. Thank you all to all the trustees. Also have offered so many kind words of support and defense. And, I'll leave it to you guys to decide what you want to do as it relates to your, positions on the board and the things that you decide on and vote on. But from my perspective, I appreciate the apologies. Thank you.
If I could just one more thing to Administrator Kirk. No. To me, this is the first time I've heard that you perceive that board meeting differently than at least I thought me and Mayor Karsbeck perceived it. And I'm utterly sorry if you felt hurt or misunderstood or anything that would make you feel lesser for that meeting. My intent was only to address the issues. It was not to impeach you and your character as an individual, as a leader in this community, and as our administrator. My only hope to come out of this, regardless of what this board decides, is your success as our administrator, as well as the success of our town staff.
Thank you.
I would hope if I ever made you feel that way, you would feel comfortable enough bringing it up with me, because I value my relationship to you, our staff, and our trustees, and the citizens as utterly critical above everything else I do. So I appreciate you, Administrator Kirk.
Thank you. And regardless of the discussion tonight, I do feel comfortable talking to you about that, and I will. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Spook, is there anything any trustees wish to add?
Yeah. I had one thing.
Yeah.
One of the things that Administrator Kurt said was, "I work for you," and that's a game changer. That's in the scope of how we interface with somebody. What that does is it puts us in a position of authority. He works for us. So when a litany of things are said, I expect or encourage you. It'd be like me, if you work for me saying to you, I encourage you to come to work every day at 6 o'clock. You don't have a choice. You work for me, you're going to come to work at 6 o'clock. So when all these things were said, he was in a position of not authority. And that becomes part of the problem. And I heard the word 20 times, my intent. I have no doubt the intent was not malicious. It wasn't intended. However, again, in the world of human resources, intent is irrelevant. It's the impact you had. And so
Right.
I just wanted to make that point of where these requests came from in his mind.
Noted. Okay. Trustee Harris?
Yeah. I wasn't at the meeting, right? So I didn't see the personal interactions. And I think that it's important to understand that if there are concerns about personal interactions, those can be discussed. Those can be vetted. Those can be explained away. And the intent of those conversations and the tone of those conversations can be explained by the individuals who are having those personal conversations. My concern with this whole situation is that whether or not it was your intent to give specific instruction to Administrator Kirk, that's where my concern lies, because anyone can have those personal conversations. But once it is written word, one can no longer explain the intent of those comments, and reading your encouraging, I encourage, intent aside, the tone of those were personal instructions to the administrator. And therein lies my concern. And therein is the mistake that I pointed to earlier, right? Because when we have individual meetings with Administrator Koch, those are, from what I understand, informational meetings. They're to provide feedback, but we are not allowed to give individual instruction to Administrator Kirk. And that is my concern, right? I have no concern about your character. I have no concern about your morals or ethics, but the face that kind of pseudo instruction, once again, whether it was your intent or not, that became a written document that anyone can have access to, and anyone can take those words at their own interpretation of your intent. And that endangers, I think, the individual positions and the individual authority that we all individually have, which is very little. And that I would caution any of us, you specifically, obviously, right? But any of us in any written documentation that we be very clear at our intent before we word documents as such. And as I said, I'm going to try to keep myself out of a lot of it because I just wasn't there, right? And so from my point of view, that's where I'm coming from with this whole situation, which is one of the reasons that I consider this to be a mistake. And I would ask that any of us not word things in such a way that seem like instructions when that is not our individual purview.
If I could just add to that too, I think additionally to supplying those instructions and directives to Administrator Kirk, they were derogatory statements that were veiled in each one. And so I think that was more damaging than anything else. That derogatory and condescending way of stating those was extremely detrimental. And there was nothing in those documents that actually highlighted any incidents or actual issues directly. So not one issue was directly identified, but a bunch of veiled, indirect statements were made that were implying failure on the part of our staff, and I think that's very inappropriate and very unethical.
We had, since we're all speaking here, I don't want to belabor anything because I agree with Trustee Ayers. I agree with everyone here tonight, except one degree or another. I think that's a very vanilla statement, but I don't hear expecting this. I see encourage, but I see Trustee Wings. I noted that point very much. It's not how you give it; it's how it's received. And I can read some of these, and I do think the tone might have been confusing to Administrator Kirk. And it does kind of come off of his individual direction. I think Administrator Kirk did the right thing and just replied all as a reminder, which is also a statement that he knew that it's not individually be bossed. And I think that was the professional and the correct thing to do, is just to put it back on all of us to see that. I don't see all these as derogatory, but I do think that they needed to be fleshed out. And I think after talking to Administrator Kirk, some of these, I'm fine. My point, I haven't really made my ending statement, I guess, would be that this is exactly how it could be. It's just a public conversation on this. If the board chooses to go farther in removing, I think that would be where I would agree with Trustee Ayers that one time is, there's a mistake here or is it an ongoing character issue. I think, how would this been handled otherwise? I think in past boards, this never would have been handled. And I appreciate that this is brought up the way it is. I would call it at that. We've had this conversation. I think Sean at least gets our points. He may not agree with all of them. He has given an apology to how this was received by Administrator Kirk, and that was called for by Trustee Brody. And I'll end there. I don't want to keep going and rehashing out things. If there's a drive to keep going, let's just do it. Unless you want to add anything final.
I would just add to this that I think we really need to consider as a board how we address our issues with each other. I felt I was within my bounds on this, and I can totally understand trustees seeing that as not the case. I think I am really disappointed with this being done publicly. I'm disappointed that these emails, which I thought it was important to maintain discretion for Administrator Kirk, and still is for other staff involved in this. I feel that this could be handled better across the board. I feel harmed in this situation. I'm happy to hear now that Administrator Kirk felt bad about the situation, and that was utterly not my intent. I think going forward, I would love to have that discussion with my fellow trustees as well as the administrator on how we can all handle these issues better. And I will be the first one to admit I am far from perfect at this. I wake up and try and do my best every day and try and do a little better. But to go forth, I think it's really critical that we have some deep discussions about what kind of government we want, how we address our disagreement with each other and our issues with each other. And I'm very receptive to hearing the board's opinions on this, Administrator Kirk's opinion on this, on how I could have handled this better.
I think so. The process, the way it would be laid out, is we haven't always had an annual review. That started with me. It's not to my credit. A lot of people brought it up that previously only a mayor did the review. So we did this as a group review. We do it. If there is anything in the meantime that is egregious enough for one person, I think what we would do is try to see if there's support by 3. And if 3 trustees agree that there's something egregious enough by administrator or any administrator, then that would go into an executive session on personnel. That's how I would figure these would be handled. But I think there's a good point if we need to flesh that out. That might be
For what it's worth, I think we've been doing an excellent job. For what it's worth, I think every time there's been an issue, we feel like we can have a conversation with each other, with Chris, to determine the right course of action. We never hit a roadblock because it was an open door. It was we've been a work in progress, and there's been respect and mutual honor to this point. This is new. We haven't had an issue with bringing up issues before because we've been dealing with them appropriately.
Well, you weren't on these boards, but
Well, I'm going to say, a few years ago, the first 2 years I was elected, I was publicly slandered in this room almost every meeting by my
Administrator
peers.
Kirk took some private heat by.
And
by
my job, I was sent letters to my job just because I disagreed with actions, not even because I did anything wrong. And so those are just, I'm not going to say those are appropriate parts of the job. It should not occur. I'm very proud of this board that has not been occurring in this room. I think there's been mutual honor and respect, but I think we haven't had any issues. This is the issue. This action is the issue, and I need to know it's going to stop. And I'm not okay with moving forward tonight unless I know that these actions are actually going to stop, not just the feelings around them.
Can we ask Attorney Smith, did this have to be public? Was there a different way? I mean, I tried to reach out one-on-one, but how else could we have handled this?
I'm happy to answer that question, but I think you need to attend to business on the issue at hand. And then I think some debriefing on how it might have been handled differently is absolutely warranted. But let's hold that over here for right now.
So the question was that these actions are going to stop. I think Trustee Murphy, that's a question, or Mayor Pro Tem, that's a question for you. I think since I was in on that meeting, I certainly take some fault in this. I won't stop meeting with Administrator Kirk, and if I have issues, I will be bringing them up with him. That's my job. It's oversight. I think any individual, the same thing. If you guys, that's an individual conversation with Administrator Kirk. Yeah, just the way this was phrased, I don't think that was appropriate. But I think,
And that's specifically what I mean, just so you know. I mean the tone and the directives given outside of the boardroom and the review session, that those actions would stop.
If I could speak to
yes,
this,
I think
there's regular conversations between all of us that are not written down. I felt the gravity of this situation, and that the fact that I'm not offering praise like I typically am to staff and stuff merited writing some of these things down. If the intent was to, have it for a larger audience, I would have utterly rewritten this document. There is absolutely a better way to probably phrase my concerns. My intent was to have Administrator Kirk take me seriously in this situation because I felt like my concerns merited I did not intend to get into the evidence for every one of the things I brought up, nor did I want to tackle every instance that at least I had perceived certain things had been going on. In this case, is it better that I or is it better that I, shouldn't, let me rephrase this. Would it have been better if I had not written these things down and just expressed them to Administrator Kirk? Would it have been better if I had not shared any of these things, which would have been within my rights on an issue such as this? I don't think the perception from Administrator Kirk would have necessarily changed. I feel really bad that he perceived these things this way, and my fellow board members perceived them that way. I would have done things differently, but I do not regret transparency on this issue. What I would like to find going forward, because I don't think I'll be doing this process again since my fellow board members are uncomfortable with it and it did not land with Administrator Kirk in the correct way. I would like for all of us to really consider a feedback process where we can address these things in a formalized manner that's very respectful to each and every one of us. I'm happy to have that discussion, and I'm happy to change myself to make it in a way that I'm received better, or that my fellow trustees can understand where I'm coming from through empathy. I'm very interested in what that process looks like, but I do feel there is a critical need for more than just once a year feedback on these things. I would love to look at how we are handling all of these issues, to be honest. So I can promise the board it will not go down the same way again, because obviously it's been handled poorly, but I reserve the right myself to raise concerns. That is one of our most critical jobs. I'm not here to have consensus with my board members. I'm here to respect my board members, to listen to their perspectives, and if there is a better way to handle it, I will be the first one to advocate for a formal process that will help us all do better.
And I don't know how to do that, and I don't know if I could think of that tonight. I mean, one thing I consider is like a mid-year, just to check in no matter what.
For what it's worth, I have lots of good well, maybe I shouldn't give them any quality yet. They may be terrible ideas, but I have lots of ideas about how we could do that.
Yeah. Is there anything else?
So, Trustee Albrecht, do you feel there's closure, or are we looking for something else?
I'm really concerned. I'm still really concerned. If I'm to understand the process right, if we were to vote in a new mayor pro tem, that would occur at the next meeting. Would we make a motion this evening?
Tonight is on the agenda for the consideration mayor pro tem appointment. Right. So tonight would be removal, and then if that was the majority, then the next meeting would be the appointment process.
How was it noticed? What was the agenda item?
So we should vote then.
Consideration of mayor pro tem.
I think that would be the
Position or appointment.
expectation.
Okay.
Excuse me,
Yes.
point of order.
Yes, please.
Mayor. I do see that the way that this has been noticed is consideration of mayor pro tem appointment. So I would revise my earlier comments. I think that's a broad enough agenda item to make both a a vacation of an appointment if that were to happen, and a new appointment if that were to happen. I would, and this is the board's decision. I would just say that I think the way to handle the concern over the misaligned, outside of the guardrails, perhaps actions that were directed at Administrator Kirk's performance, I think that can be addressed separately from this item on the agenda. Because the question was asked, is there, do you feel closure? So I think the need to revamp what I think was a disordered performance review process can be done regardless of who is or is not Mayor Pro Tem. So I just want to point that out.
Thank you for clarifying. So there are two actions really, and that's to deal with the position, and then we will address the concerns and issues regarding Administrator Kirk at a different time or in a different fashion.
And your process.
Yes.
For how you reorder and get back on track with a performance evaluation process that is not broken and doesn't have and is not disordered, because I think that is what happened. It got disordered.
And you're saying
So-
the current process is fine as is. Is that what you're saying?
I think that you have a fine process when you aren't, when you remember that the statute says that the mayor has the oversight role and the authority for oversight, and that the practice has been to enlist the rest of the board as a whole in your performance evaluations. I think that's a good practice. I think you stick to that.
Thank you.
So I'm being a bit cryptic. What I'm trying to say
That was actually very helpful.
is I don't know that you solve the problem with the disordered performance evaluation process by a change of who is your mayor pro tem, but you get to make that decision.
If it's possible, and let me know if this is legal, I would like to recommend the change in pro tem, but I'd like the full board to have weight on that. And we delay that vote so that the other members can have opportunity to appoint who they think is going to best represent them or the rest of the board.
I think the motion there is to table this
Yep.
to the next meeting or meeting thereafter with a full board. And you can do that by simply you don't even have to do it by motion. But if you'd like to make a motion to table, then you could do a motion to table and then second and go from there.
I'd like to make a motion to table this discussion and the review of the position for our next board meeting.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the item?
I have a discussion.
Go ahead.
Next board meeting with a full board.
That is a great signifier. I think all people need to be present.
So I guess my discussion, and I know I see the I don't know if this is a tactic behind this or not, but one would lead a vote one way, maybe, just hearing off the discussion tonight, and having more would tend to lead the vote in a different direction. To be blunt, I think Sean's been dragged through the mud twice here, and I think I'm fine with having a vote tonight. Not only Sean, but Administrator Kirk in this discussion. And I think attendance matters. So, not here,
I just know both of our other members have expressed interest in stating their position, and not necessarily against Sean, but in what they like to see for the future of the board. Tim might want to throw his hat in, and I want to honor that.
And I've read Trustee Brody's too, but that's just my point. Is there anything else before?
Yeah, I just have a concern about tabling based on attendance, which I totally agree that having the full board matters for decisions, but we don't tend to table other decisions that we make when we don't have a full board we're able to give our sort of absent opinion on things. But if we're not here, when's the last time we tabled an agenda item? Because specifically we didn't have a full board.
I'm not trying to be quiet. I honestly
Yeah,
can't think of
yeah.
one.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
You're right. So that would be my concern with being selective, I guess, in our tabling, which is, I guess, the point of tabling something is that we're being selective in having the full board. But I think that it's not common practice, which, you know, that's not necessarily for or against that, but and those are my comments. Sorry.
Yeah. Anything else? All right, we have a motion. Trustee, is there a second? Okay, Trustee motion by Trustee Albrecht to table discussion, seconded by Trustee Wing.
Point of order. When a board member is precluded from voting on a matter because of a conflict of interest, then the board member shall physically remove himself from the boardroom. I would assume that Mayor Pro Tem would not be able to vote on this motion.
I had no intention of voting on this motion.
Okay. Okay. I think also we allow a trustee to vote themselves. Typically for Mayor Pro Tem, that I know that didn't work for you, but I would say it's okay to vote for you if you should stay in too. But either way,
Just brought it up. That's what it says.
Okay.
We'd have even numbers, so that could be.
No, it's still a vote. Okay. Trustee Murphy will recuse himself from this. The motion's been seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Ayers?
No.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
No. All right. Vote was 2-2, so the motion fails. So we'll be going ahead, I'd assume. Would anyone like to move on removal of Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
I'd like to make the motion.
Second.
All right. The motion to remove Mayor Pro Tem Murphy was made by Trustee Albrecht and seconded by Trustee Wing. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
No.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
No. Vote is 2-2 and the motion fails.
Could I make a follow-up motion?
This relate.
This would be a separate motion under the agenda item.
Attorney Smith, does that fall under the same agenda item? I think it's to allow stuff entered.
I guess I need to hear what the motion would be.
I would make a motion to add the following to the public record on this agenda item and in the minutes. The email I sent to the board on 10/5/2025 and the associated replies to the 10/1/2025 meeting with Administrator Kirk email. The email I sent to the board on 10/5/2025 and the associated replies to the 10/1/2025 meeting follow-up email. And third, the email I sent to Administrator Kirk on 10/2/2025 and the associated replies to the 10/1/2025 port meeting email. I can send further details on that. That would be referencing the email to Administrator Kirk, the email I sent to the board, and then a third email revolving around the dealings with a staff member and my communications between me and Administrator Kirk.
You want all responses included as well, correct?
Yes.
Great.
I guess, would that be parliamentary procedure? Is that not public record already?
We've never had a vote on adding something to the record, but it's a personnel issue, so I don't know.
I think that they are public records from the standpoint of disclosure under an open records request. I think making them formally part of a record of this meeting is just simply direction to the clerk to attach them to the agenda?
That would be my direction or motion.
Or the minutes?
Is that possible, Clerk Samara?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
And I would be reviewing anything that had a personnel issue attached to it.
Appreciate that.
Because that may be an exception.
Mhm.
Okay.
Is there a second?
No, we're doing okay. Is there a second on this? I'll second that, and here's my thought. Whether or not this is egregious to some or maybe overplayed by others, there's enough statements out there that I think the public would like to see this, and so they can either do continued open records requests on us or just let them read it, and they could be agreeing with any one of us. So I think we'd all want this. And I would, my only hesitation was just addressed by Attorney Smith that this has final review by our counsel and by Administrator Kirk to see make sure that anything personnel matters.
Thank you, Mayor Karsbeck. Thank you, Attorney Smith.
I would like to make one statement before we vote. I completely agree. I'm glad to have transparency, and I'm glad those will all be open to the public. I do want to state for the record that the accusations being levied against town administrator in those emails are not accurate in many of those cases. There are things that we constantly need to address and grow on and work on, and those things have been happening, but those statements are not accurate and are founded on things that I believe to be truth.
And it seems to me that this motion, if it's going forward, it ought to be public information, the actual contents of the email that I sent that is very reviewable by the public at their own discretion to make up their mind about my conduct. I think that's important to include it in its totality with, as Attorney Smith mentioned, exempting specific names of personnel.
Well, yeah, I would say overall oversight by our counsel and our staff administrator, because it could be more or less than just whatever they feel is good. Okay, we have a motion and seconded. This is to include the specific documents into the email. Clerk, can we have a roll call? Into the record. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yeah.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. Okay. Item number 5 has been addressed. We'll move on now to elected official reports. And we will start off with Trustee Ayers.
Yeah, so I guess the main thing I have tonight is based on some of the public comment and emails that we've received and about the Revere property. And I think earlier Attorney Smith said that she was going to review some of those documents and maybe give us a little bit of input on possible procedures moving forward. My concern with the public comment and the points that were brought up is that I'm not saying that it is correct or not, but my concern is about the possibility of being misled by an applicant. And so if that's something that everyone would agree with, I would like to review those in further detail. Once again, to I guess, formalize whether or not the presentation that was given to us was completely accurate or not, based specifically on the validity or not of those CDOT responses. Does that make sense? Was that English?
You're interested in rehearing Revere?
I'm interested in getting information as to whether or not the CDOT responses to those questions would invalidate their presentation.
Yeah, I wonder how we...
Well, and could that be lumped in with my request earlier? I sent an email out today to staff, Attorney Smith and the board, just requesting a training opportunity to discuss the review process and how we, what justifies a no or yes specific to that development and future developments, and so that might be an appropriate time to have that discussion as well, so that we can really figure out what the boundaries are and how to move forward, if that makes any sense.
It's tough.
Gather her thoughts. I would agree with that as well, because I feel like a lot of times we have a difficult decision to make, and I want to make sure that any decision that we make, yay or nay, is upholding the legal authority that we each individually have. Is that the point of your comment as well?
Yeah, and to make sure that we're not getting ourselves into dangerous territory. I want to make sure we're doing that.
I think there may be a lot of value in just having a refresher on kind of development review process, kind of the board's role in quasi-judicial hearings and how those quasi-judicial hearings are expected to be executed. I think that's always a good thing for us to review. So if Attorney Smith is supportive of that, we'd certainly love for her to offer some of that additional training, and that's something that the Planning Commission goes through too. And that's just good practice. So I think those are good discussions to have with respect to that project specifically. Maybe I'll defer to Attorney Smith on the legality of kind of reviewing. I guess part of what I'm struggling with is that the accusation, I think, as I interpreted it tonight, and this could be wrong, is that the applicant lied. Frankly, I mean, I think that was basically said tonight.
Sure. Yeah.
That the applicant misled the board intentionally, which to me is the same thing as lying, about the traffic impacts to the intersection at 287 Mountain Avenue. I'm not sure what the right mechanism is to address those accusations. In many ways, from my perspective, the next legal step is an appeal of the board's decision, not a rehashing of all of the evidence that was previously presented. And so I take their accusations very seriously.
So would that have to come from the public to be put in front of the board, if that is something that they that the public wants to proceed with?
I think that might warrant some thought, unless Attorney Smith feels comfortable responding tonight. But I mean, it may be worth considering.
Yeah, this bears on the earlier question, which is just the simple, straightforward procedural one, which I said I need to research, and that is, how do you reconsider? Because that of course I have to address, and I will get back to the board on that. I think I will have to do some further research on the allegations made tonight and what bearing those have on a quasi-judicial decision, and I'll just have to do that.
Okay.
I do think that it's not a question that I think it's a nuanced question, because the mere allegation that the board was misled is really just that at this point, which is why the law provides people who are concerned about those things two remedies. One is to bring their lawsuit under 106A4 of the Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure, and they can do that, or to circulate a petition for a referendum on the zoning decision, which is the other remedy that the law allows, and which is, as the board may or may not know, is currently being exercised by a group of people. They have submitted a form of petition to circulate, and that form of petition was not correct with regard to the statute, so it was returned to them, and they may or may not correct their form of petition. Those are the remedies that the law allows for anyone who doesn't like the decision. This other nuance to sort of to make the allegation that the board was misled and you made your decision on wrong information is just something I'll have to look into.
Okay.
I think that's. I'm just going to feed into this because this is brought up too. I'm very interested in your thoughts on that. The process, if there is one, of rehearing. Because if it went to a referendum, that wouldn't really be for us to rehear it. That would be the citizens.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I'm very concerned at the allegation, right? Because that puts a lot of I don't really want to go into a lot of it, but I feel like the allegation is serious, and if false, okay, fine. If the allegation is true, then that's rather concerning to me.
Okay, and at this point, I think enough said on this. So I understand what I need to review.
I gave staff my copy. I think I have all the emails too. I think these people emailed me too.
Yeah.
But do you have a copy of that, or is that staff the only one? With all this information, these colored folders. Do you have one of those, Attorney Smith?
No, I don't think I got the colored.
Okay.
The colored.
We'll make sure that you get the contents of that.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was all from me.
Okay, Trustee Albrecht.
I was just curious. I know that H&S is really struggling with the government shutdown and providing adequate food, and they're putting on a number of food drives and opportunities. And I was just wondering if it was something that was appropriate for Town Hall to have some type of collection place where people can bring food and we can advertise what the current needs are and have people just a common place where people could bring those needs within town. I think just to support the growing need in our community it's very evident that people are in dire need right now of supplies. I didn't know if it was something staff could consider, if it's appropriate, but I'd really love to have a collection place with the list of current needs so people can bring those conveniently. Is that okay?
I think that's great. I know it's up to you, but I think that's great.
Yeah,
Set a box in the lobby or something for food?
Yeah.
I think if it became unwieldy, that might be a problem. You know, if it was, if there's piles of donations in the lobby that we're having to manage, or if there's other groups that want to reach out and start to place, what we also don't want to become is a donation drop-off center for every nonprofit in town. And so, there's a hesitancy there from my perspective because. Unfortunately, the town doesn't have the right to say no in the same way that others do. If you walked into the bank and said, "Hey, I want to put something in here," they might be able to say, "We're happy to have yours and not yours." That's a harder choice for the town to make, and so
perhaps we could talk about something offline, but maybe just a one-time collection event where the board can help facilitate. I just want to get out there and serve our community. Like this need is very intense right now, and there's a gap in their ability to supply the food and resources that people need. So I care about our Berthoud citizens hurting right now, and I want to know if there's just something we could do to partner with that need in our community.
I'm concerned about using Town Hall for that, but I would think I would be okay with like some sort of bulletin board directing or informing where that could happen. Just for that reason, right? If people don't understand or if they have a box of something and they just start leaving things, then other people are going to start leaving things.
Turns into a habitat where you turn in your broken bike.
Okay, fair points. Something to think about.
Great.
I just want to know what we could do to help.
Yeah. Jogs my mind too. Yeah, that's a good point.
We'll think about it, and I'll let you guys know what we kind of think.
Do you know if they're doing anything on their own? Are they doing a food drive or anything?
I thought I saw something with the dentist office. Maybe City Star was involved in doing the collection in town too.
Oh, so there is one going on.
Yeah, so there's some different little pop-up events.
You could point them in those directions.
That's why I was kind of thinking of something more stationary that people can continue to leave necessary items, because I know they're housed in Grace Place, but it's in and out, like they're not constantly there, so I don't even know. But this could be dealt with offline. If anyone had any bright ideas on how we can do that.
No, anything? Great.
Except for
Appreciate that. Okay. Trustee Wing.
Nothing tonight.
Trustee or Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Diving into Tree Advisory Committee. We had Rick Kirkab appointed chair, Daniel Buendia as vice chair, and Randy Neese is still secretary. We had a big discussion on EAB. Arboretum's 90%. We're going to be looking into a phased planning plan. But back to the EAB stuff, some of the stuff being explored, cost share possibility right now. There was some interest in a pruning program as well. Let's see, multiple arborists have been in touch from other municipalities throughout the Front Range. We talked extensively about kind of our removal and treatment plan. Most of our trees are A grade. The B's and C's may be dropped from treatment based on a number of factors, largely because they won't accept the injections. But Forester Furnace is looking into the EAB management plan that we have and looking for update opportunities. As far as the committee, there was real interest in focusing on identification for ash trees. So they're exploring things like door hangers, signs, treatment options for citizens. They're also going to be updating the website and stuff. But Tree ID was kind of the priority of that.
Can I ask a question regarding that? Was there conversation about identifying on private property the ash trees?
I think those explorations are going on, but right now the priority of the tree committee seems to be getting the education out there so people actually can tell if it's an ash tree or not and stuff. I think that's at least the tree committee voiced, that's their opinion of the first thing we should be tackling. You know, with the emerald ash borer, you're not going to necessarily see the beetle, you're going to see the results. So you obviously need to start by knowing, do you have an ash tree? I think that's the most pertinent question right now. So
I think it would be helpful, just a recommendation, to have those identifiers easy to find on the town website, maybe on the front page or even in the town mailer.
right now there was talk about having a decision tree on the forestry website, but I think that would be up to Clerk Zamora and Administrator Kirk if they wanted to put that on the web page and stuff. But yeah, I think that's right on. I think that's kind of the priority at this initial stage, but I think it would make sense for all of us to review that plan. Forester Furnace announced that he's looking through it. It's a good plan. It obviously needs some updates after 5 years and with new information. One topic that was important with that was there was some consideration of moving to a 3-year rotation. Right now we're doing the north half and the south half of Berthoud in alternating years, but it seems like there's some evidence we could maybe save some money by moving to a 3-year model. That's all I've got.
Okay. And that's me. Revere, I guess that one I agree with Trustee Ayers. Good discussion on that. How does the board feel? I already asked Administrator Kirk about this and seemed supportive, but adding him to our Board of Trustees email, I feel like we get emails from people, it's just to the board, and then I realize Chris isn't on that, and then I reply thinking he is, so is that all right?
Do you want that?
That's a good question I didn't ask, is do you want to see those?
I get a lot of emails. I think a few more probably isn't going to hurt me any, and it is nice to know about what you guys know about, because I think you're right. I think there are times when you receive emails that nobody's ever reached out to me, and so I don't even know that there's an issue.
Yeah.
And oftentimes you end up having to forward it to me, and it gets a little wonky. So I think it's good. It's great. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't have any issue with it.
Okay. Yeah, I consider you a non-voting member of the board. But the state statute. I guess. Administrator Kirk's annual review is going. I hope you guys received the email today. So that'll be going for the next 2 weeks. I have to alert staff still, and of course, if there's individuals that can't make that time frame, we'll work with them. The whole idea here is just to get the maximum amount of participation, and we have always done a stellar job according to our rater. When she does these, she's happy to get 75%, but last couple of years we've only missed 1 or 2. So hopefully this year we get 100% of people. It takes about 5 to 10 minutes, so hopefully you guys will get that. Attorney Smith, I have to send that to you as well.
I received it from the reader.
Oh, great.
Yes.
All right. Great. Oh, I'm sorry. I just meant the email to acknowledge that. So great. Yeah, you're already seeing it. You're one step ahead. Great. And then for my only final comment here is I know the board wanted to kind of limit the public participation for the study session next Tuesday, or that was the intent. Obviously, the majority, I'll just do whatever you guys want to do. But my thoughts were, what if I announced at the beginning of the meeting, just in case there is a big group of people coming in, trying to kind of sway one way or the other. It's kind of a plea that if you have a real question but don't come up with comments, and maybe that would be a good compromise. Maybe someone showing up to that study session might have a good point. I'm only putting that out as a kind of maybe some kind of concession. But if the board really wants to just not have any public comment next Tuesday or Monday, I'm happy to do that as well.
Could we collect public comment via email to consider in advance of the meeting?
Yeah.
Because that would be more streamlined,
Anyone
I
who
would think, and
emails?
more productive, is if we can read their comments in advance and come kind of loaded with that information, and then have the meeting be more structured and productive.
Sure. I think that's kind of practice anyways, right?
Sure, but just then no public comment at the meeting.
Okay. So we're under no public comment. Is the board all right with that?
I think just remember, you guys won't make a decision on Tuesday. It's an opportunity for you to ask questions, for us to provide you information. I think it's purely up to you guys if you want to allow public comment as part of the meeting. And so, but just remember, you won't be making a decision on Tuesday next week.
My only thoughts were sometimes, I can't think of any specific time, but the public does come with some information sometimes that's very valuable. And I just wouldn't want it to be abused as everyone come in to sway an opinion. But if someone's watching the meeting, hey, they might have a real question that we didn't see at the time. But again, they can always follow up later with an email. So. Okay, we'll just go with no public comment. Other than that, I love the new GIS for the graveyard, or cemetery. If you're in one version, it's slightly different than on a website. But if you actually go there in person, it'll help guide you to the specific plat. So I was just fantastic to see the town is that advanced right now that we're doing this. Coming from a couple years ago, and Christian luckily had a map, but it was kind of almost hand-drawn by someone, looked like decades ago. To now have an app or something that you can just go, and anyone can see the Green Lawn Cemetery, see the current plots, and know what's available. And the same with development now. That's not just on a town website, but it's more interactive, and you can zoom in and see in each development what stage we're at. So kudos to staff. That's next level stuff, and really easy to share to others. So digestible that if anyone has development questions, you can just send them this link, and it's totally scrollable and interactive. So thank you for going to that level. That's all I have. So I'll turn it over to staff.
Yeah. So thank you. The Facebook post we had about the development map, the development GIS map, got 18,000 views.
Wow.
And it
Probably 17,000 were me.
Could have been. But 550 different people clicked through the link to go look at the map. So I mean that's significant engagement from our perspective, and and I would say the majority of the comments were positive. So that was cool.
18,000.
18,000 views. Yeah.
That's amazing.
That is.
Pretty wide reach. So that's cool. And it is awesome to have the kind of mapping capabilities that we have internally with staff now. That's allowing us to do all kinds of stuff we couldn't have even done 2 years ago. Thank you for bringing up the study session next Tuesday. I was going to remind you all of that. And also a reminder that your that's correct. Yeah. So the study session is Tuesday. The board meeting after that is Monday, the 10th. The following so your regular board meeting would normally occur on Veterans Day. We agreed to have the meeting on Monday the 10th.
Thank you.
So just as a reminder. I would like to ask, we're working on an amendment to the contract that you approved for the Wilson property at the south end of Fish Street to address some appraisal issues that we have, and also to potentially increase the amount of land that we would acquire for no more money. So there would be some trade involved in that, but it may be a good opportunity for us. I'd like to get that in front of you before the 10th because of timelines associated with the current contract. And so if it's okay with at least 3 or 4 of the trustees, we could have a special meeting prior to or in parallel with the study session for you to act on that amendment to the contract, or for us to at least explain to you what that amendment might look like. Again, primarily to get more land for the same amount of money with some non-cash trade-offs back to potential development in the future. So, which I actually think are totally reasonable, but I'll explain all that to you at the meeting. If you guys are okay with us adding that to this kind of November 4th meeting date, that would help us to meet some of the contract deadlines.
That makes sense to everyone?
Yep.
Would that be okay, since we're not taking direction at the work session? It would just be a separate build meeting.
I think, and I haven't talked to clerks more about this, but I would envision it being a separately noticed special meeting. We would deal with that first. I think it'll be relatively brief. It's not complicated, and then we would move into it. We'd close that meeting and then move into the study session. So I think we would notice them separately, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Last week we spent a big chunk of the week in staff budget meetings. We're looking at relatively flat revenues, and we're gonna have to be. I think we'll have to be as conservative as we always are, and then some in the coming years. So this year's budget will be a little more complicated because of some big capital spends that we need to make in utilities and other things. But we're really looking forward to going through that with you on the November 10th meeting. So that will be our big initial budget presentation to you. And there's going to be a lot of good stuff in there. Our team is doing really great work, in my opinion. We are continuing work on those open space acquisitions in addition to the Lewis Valley one. We've got a tour of a property tomorrow along the corridor. For potential, we'll talk about how that makes sense or not. We've been communicating with this particular property owner for many years, and so that'll be a cool one to at least go and see and look at that opportunity that we could potentially bring to you at a future meeting, but just so that you know that work continues. We've done some. Sergeant Williamson actually helped us with some incredible drone video of the entire river corridor. So our staff's working with Ben Price on putting together a cool video. Kind of just showing the whole corridor, the properties we already own, the properties that we've partnered together with others on, and not to suggest that we're going to buy anybody else's property, but at least to kind of give everyone a flavor of the significance of the actions this board's taken to help preserve major portions of the river. So
That's amazing.
that video will be really cool.
When do you expect that to be complete?
We had our initial review with Ben, who's going to help us with the video. He's been out of town. I think when he gets back, we have some other changes to the scope of that video we want to make based on a meeting we had with Colorado Open Lands, who's a great partner of ours in our open space efforts. I think probably in the next 30 days, hopefully.
Awesome.
So certainly before the end of the year. But we want to get that. We're gonna have a longer video for YouTube, and then we'll break that up into smaller segments for social media. So that'll be really fun to see come along. And just the last thing, just as an update, as a follow-up to the raft meeting, the raft presentation from a couple meetings ago, our next task force meeting is likely to be next week. We're waiting on confirmation from raft. So if it takes too long to get confirmation from them on their availability, then we may need to reschedule because we'd like the two of you obviously to be there.
It might be in Montrose, but maybe I could call in if I am.
Okay.
Or I'll work with you.
Okay. And we are waiting. They are preparing a draft contract like we talked about at the last meeting. So we're expecting that this week. So just wanted to give you an update there. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right. Attorney Smith, counsel, anything?
I think I will reserve it for my memos to you that I will send electronically and in writing.
Okay, thank you. Chief, anything?
Nothing, answer.
All right, I just want to thank Trustee Sorcelli, Trustee Albrecht. I know she was in town. Sean, you were out of town, and thank you for stepping up for the meeting with the mayors and the chief. May came in there and apparently fielded some heated questions. So
It's fun.
I was on I-70 while that was happening. So I really appreciated that. Miranda was not happy with me not being there. So thank you. All right, nothing else. I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting.